What is going on, everyone? Thrift Barringer here with my partner in crime, Richard Holdridge. And I know it's football season. The NFL is going on right now. We actually have the Falcons playing right in front of us. College football is in week 3. High school football is in week 5. But we're calling some basketball here on a Sunday afternoon in the fall. Richard, how excited are you about this?
Well, of course, Thrift, basketball is year-round. This is really the showcase the talent of all the basketball players here in the Chattahoochee Valley. We have a lot of high schools represented, and I cannot wait to call some basketball. Mike Jones, the former Auburn Tiger, he spoke to the crowd, and that was a very moving speech. If you don't know who Mike Jones is, he was drafted by the Bucks in the 1988 NBA draft. He won a French League title in 1992, also played for FC Barcelona, and also he went to Oak Hill Academy in Virginia, Thrift, and I liked the analogy you had. Oak Hill Academy is the IMG Academy of basketball. We looked at all the talent like Kevin Durant that has played at that school, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, so you know about how this goes for the Fall League. No workshop, no jump shot. What does that mean? When the kids that are in this, they have to spend 30 minutes learning from someone that's either made it the highest level in high school or pro or college. Career-wise is pretty dominant or had a successful career professionally, whatever it may be. They have all these people come in and speak to them. So you have to listen to that for 30 minutes. You pull out a cell phone, you don't get to play. You have your cell phone go off, you don't get to play. You're not paying attention, you don't get to play. Right. That's how important it is for these kids to listen, and they have learned, and guess what? Now they get to play some basketball. So first 30 minutes is a workshop. The last next 4 hours are going to be all game. So first up is Auburn taking on Alabama. We're going to get you these two teams here in just a second. Again, Thrift Barringer, Richard Holdridge on the call. Auburn obviously is Auburn High School, and Alabama, I'm going to see what school they are from. I am thinking it may be from Kendrick. I forgot to put in the Kendrick Cherokees as another team.
As you can see, they're representing like college basketball teams. You have North Carolina and Kentucky. So obviously they're wearing the colors, like you see the Carolina blue for North Carolina.
So Thrift Barringer and Richard Holdridge on the call. We're going to talk about the game we did on Friday. We did Glenwood versus Lee Scott. Then we're going to talk about these two teams that are playing against each other, and they come from two high-level schools. So looking forward to giving you a great broadcast. We will keep this live stream the same all game, all day long. Again, 5 games that we're going to be doing. And we are underway. 3-point jump shot on the way is no good. Richard, if you don't mind, pull up last week's wins and see who won for Auburn and Alabama when they played last week. Zero here, and this is going on at St. Pacelli. So Auburn played Clemson last week. Auburn beat Clemson 66-13. Some of the Auburn players are Bradley Pearson and Cash Reef, and that 3-point jump shot is no good. Alabama played Louisville last week, and Louisville dominated Alabama 58-22. Alabama is the Kendrick High School basketball team. Nice low-look pass and a layup. It's good. And Auburn's going to start off 2-0. A quick timeout from Alabama. So as we're pulling up these rosters.
So week 1, we had Auburn versus Clemson, Georgia versus Georgia Tech, Alabama versus Louisville, Florida versus Florida State. The guest speaker was Scoot McCullough. Remember, they do have a mandatory workshop for 30 minutes. They cannot have their cell phones out. No work shot, no jump shot. We are in week 2 of the CBHoops and Perfect Practice Fall League on the campus of St. Anne Pacelli.
So again, Alabama is all Kendrick High School taking on Auburn High School in this first matchup. And we now have the roster, so we'll be able to talk about some of these players. And thankfully, Coach Black, he actually put numbers on the back of these t-shirts / jerseys. Battle for the loose ball. Kendrick's got it. Ball's almost stolen, sloppy pass. Noah Harris. Ravel Edwards has it. Throws a no-look pass over to Amari Barron. Barron misses a short hook. And here comes Antoine Daniels. Daniels has it again. Wide open underneath for an easy layup is number 62, Jabari Allen.
That was a nice pass on that easy basket for Auburn.
Cash Elder pulls up on a dime and misses the three-pointer. Here comes Auburn.
Nice pass.
Three-point shot on the way, and this guy has a really good jump shot. Nice job rebounding the basketball is number 27, Antoine Daniels. And a steal from Adam Gonya. No look, and a good,
nice
that
block.
way to get back on defense is number 62 for Auburn, Jabari Allen with the block. Cash Elder was leading the fast break, and they were not able to capitalize. Here goes Allen. Adam, Gonya, Fletcher, and Bradley Pearson. Pearson's open, left-handed for three is good. Can't let his feet get organized because he'll knock it down for his first three, and it's 9-0 already Auburn here early in the first half. 20-minute halves, running clock in the Fall League. They will be playing for a championship. Last week was more of an exhibition game to get to know your teammates, get to know how the league works, and now for these next 4 weeks are going to be the regular season, and then we got 2 playoffs to end it.
So Kendrick went 12-14 last year. They went 8-6 in the region. However, that was not enough to make the playoffs. Only 4 teams could make the playoffs in their region. Had a very tough region last year.
Yeah, and they lost Holcutt.
Quentin Walcott, yeah.
Walcott, excuse me. And Walcott was sensational last year. He was all region. Allen showing off his handles for the big man, and that looked like it could have been an offensive push-off. Nope. They're going to actually call it on Alabama's number 8, Casey Lott.
Remember, Auburn's basketball team is in a very tough region with Smith Station and Central and Opelika.
I remember calling last year this Fall League, and remembering Gonya and Pearson, these guys could play, and they definitely can shoot. That is a sloppy pass steal. Alabama on the fast break, almost traveled, but instead gets an and one. Is number 12, Andrew Spivey, taking the contact and finishing and getting Alabama on the board.
Count the basket for Spivey, a 3-point play. Thrift, Auburn had an incredible season last year, 24-5, 5-1 in the region. They did lose to Central in the region tournament, lost to Fairhope in the first round of the playoffs.
Antoine Daniels now has it. Daniels. To Fletcher. Fletcher. Back to the big man and kisses that softly off the glass, does Allen. And he has been, I think, pretty effective getting the ball down low.
I like the way Auburn moves in transition as well.
Man-to-man defense from Auburn. Spivey being guarded by Allen. Screen. Spivey one-on-one with Fletcher. 2-1. There is a shot clock, and they're not going to get it off in time. And that is going to be a turnover. And it's going to get right back to Auburn. Great defense by Jabari Allen, Richard.
I thought that Auburn's defense smothering Spivey. He already has the first 2 points for Alabama, rather. Like we mentioned, they're not representing their high schools, they're representing college basketball teams, and their head coaches are not allowed to coach in this game.
But they are watching and getting to see how their players are playing. And we're glad to be here. This is my 4th fall league I've called, and Tabari Allen, you can't let him get about 5-10 feet from the basket. He is going to make them every single time. 13-2 now Auburn.
Great shot by Allen, kissing it off the glass. Auburn's getting every shot that they want.
That's almost a turnover, and it is. Here comes Gonya. Gonya, back to Allen. Other side is Daniels. Daniels all the way. Nobody picks him up. Good screen. And that makes it 15-2. All Auburn here in this first half.
Daniels with the reverse layup. Just a great footwork and just a nice kiss off the glass.
And that one is a nice drive from number 12, Spivey. And they're going to say Cash Reef fouled him.
Spivey will go to the line to shoot 2. So Thrift, these are the players that are not playing football. Is that?
Yes. Now it is totally up to the coach. So I don't know.
Are they allowed to if they play football?
It's up to the coach.
Okay.
It's up to the coach. So we do have some people that are playing football here for basketball too, including Tony Montgomery, who's the starting secondary DB for the Carver Tigers.
Sounds good.
And rebound is Allen. That is a sloppy pass that is knocked out of bounds, but they're going to say it's going to stay with Auburn.
But you know, I'm actually okay with that. You have a multi-class athlete that just played on Friday, just to get your body ready for basketball. You know, it's really a good workout, and it helps you condition better.
Gonya, one-on-one right now.
Nice
screen from Roosevelt Ross. Gonya pulls up and knocks it down. Make it 17-2.
Got a sweet jump shot. It's been all Auburn in this game. Going to get underneath the basket.
And running clock. We are at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. This is game 1 of week 2. Last week was exhibition. This is the first week of the regular season. It goes about 3-4 weeks of regular season and then 2 weeks of playoffs. Here comes Gonya. Dump down pass to Ross, and Ross, the big man, catches it cleanly, does a turnaround hook shot to make it 19-2.
Ross did a good job splitting the double team.
Again, yes, you want to win because these athletes are competitive, and that's an easy steal for Gonya. Let's see if he can score. And goes up and one. He can do more than shoot, and he takes it in for a hard and one. But the main thing for this fall league is there's college coaches here. There's guys and professionals that are talking to these athletes that are giving them an experience they probably never going to have. And helps them decide what they want to do with their life, especially in their career as they graduate, and that three-point play is not finished. Loose ball into the hands of Alabama.
Plus these high school.
It's good for, like you said, the high school coaches. They can't coach in it. Reverse layup is nice move from Spivey.
That's Spivey
They
again.
can't coach in it, but they can watch, and then they can go about dissecting it with their team later on. Roosevelt Ross lays it in. And I like the big men for Auburn. They know how to finish around the basket, and they know how to use their body to get, and big frame to get good looks. 23-4. Kendrick High School taking on Auburn High School, which is Kendrick's Alabama in maroon, Auburn High School in green.
I think his foot was on the line.
Nope, they're going to say that there's a foul.
Be a non-shooting foul underneath the basket. So, Thrift, we got the high school basketball season approximately 2 months away. Is this a good warm-up for these players?
Going to call that foul on the floor.
They get ready, but they'll start practicing in about a month, getting ready for the high school basketball season. Got a lot of great matchups coming up, too, as an unofficial schedule has come out. Oh, that was a lot of contact on the floor, but Cash Reef is going to inbounds it.
Auburn and Alabama taking on each other. Kendrick High School in maroon. Auburn High School in green. CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
Good passing, good fundamentals.
Good defense. That's something about Auburn. They have swarming defense.
Oh, that's the reason why they won 24 games last year.
Elder, no-look pass. He was intended for the cutting Isaiah Whitley.
One thing about this Auburn team, they're going to be battle-tested when they get to region play because you got Opelika, Smith Station, Central. There's a gauntlet of a schedule once they get to region play. Good ball movement by Alabama.
And nice defense.
Nice.
Fletcher's got it. Looking for Ross. And they're going to call traveling on Fletcher.
They will call violations in this. That was too many steps.
Falcons are beating the Packers 25-24.
About a minute left to go. See if that Falcons defense can stop the Packers. That's been a pretty good game. We've had a chance to watch that leading up to this. Oh, nice pass.
And that three-pointer is good, and that's a big basket right there to make a, two-point basket.
Big basket by number 0, Cash Elder. He's got a pretty good jump shot.
Yep. Again, if you're just joining us, Georgia Alabama Sports Live here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. In green is Auburn High School, and they are Auburn in the league. And in maroon is Alabama, and that is Kendrick High School. Spivey. And here comes Auburn, 5:57 remaining. They're up by 17. Good move by Cash and good floater to make it 25-6 now.
Cash Reef driving the lane. He has no fear going to the basket.
And they're going to call traveling on Alabama.
Got a mass substitution by Auburn.
And they're going to have Bradley Pearson, Gonya, Allen, and Daniels come in, and Roosevelt Ross is going to stay in as well. We were live at the Swamp. Number 1 Glenwood took on number 2 Lee Scott in football. The two powerhouses, last year's state championship game in the AISA. They're probably going to play again this year. Auburn won a shootout. Glenwood won a shootout, 41-30. Pearson sets his feet, fires, and that quick ball movement has an open shot for Bradley Pearson, his second three to make it 28-6. Glenwood won that one 41-30. So we were excited to see that. We haven't decided where we're going to be this week. We have a couple options, and we'll let you know and have a schedule out by Monday. We think we know where game day is going to be. We have high school game day. Shot, no good.
Oh, that almost went in.
Please like us on Facebook. Subscribe on YouTube. We're live on YouTube and Facebook with this CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. Gonya, Pearson, up top. Daniels back out to Gonya. Gonya sets, fires, he misses. Rebound by Spivey. Here comes Alabama. Three-point shot is short. Rebound, Allen. Gonya.
I would let Gonya shoot that all day.
Daniels, you definitely don't want to leave him open, and he misses it. Gonya rebounds.
Good hustle by
Finds
Gonya.
Pearson again, 2 for $1, no good. And all the way, a nice take right there from Cash Elder. Pearson was trying to take the charge. Daniels gonna go and lay it up and in. And a tough and one from Antoine Daniels.
Great play by Antoine Daniels. Gets the and one. As they do have a running clock, there's 20-minute halves. This is the first game of the CBHoops Perfect Practice Workshop.
Fall League.
Fall League and the workshop.
But there is a work shot. No work shot?
No jump shot.
There we go. Daniels misses that. We're hoping these kids, they all want to go to the next level. That's the point of this, to get them exposure. And we're just glad to bring another level to it. They already have coaches here that are watching them, but we're going to add the video aspect of it for coaches that can't make it. They can watch it as well. And any fans that are out there tuning in. Amari Barron. Over to Elder. Elder stops, pops. He locks, but doesn't fire.
Amari Barron just getting up to get that offensive rebound.
He came down kind of scary. Here comes Gonya, 2:25 remaining. Remember, running clock. Allen, Pierce, Bradley, back to Allen. Allen says, I'll shoot a three, and I'll can it now. I can finish around the rim, but I can also bring it outside. And they lead by 25. We're 2 minutes away from the end of the first half.
Nice double team.
Good
Force
steal.
the turnover.
Allen steps out of bounds. So coming up next is North Carolina and Florida State. Florida State is Russell County. So we'll see Russell County. You know about their program.
Absolutely. I was
Coach
the public
Ronnie
address
Battle.
announcer there.
Three-pointer is good.
Nice.
Nice job shooting that one. From number 23, Noah Harris of Kendrick. Allen, three-pointer for Gonya. He misses. Rebound. Let's see if Alabama can get on a run.
Another turnover.
Allen shoots the three and answers right back. And almost a steal. That's
nice
a good
block
by Daniels. To Pearson, numbers for Auburn. Pearson's going to go all the way and lay it up and in. And I've seen that once or twice already here in that first half. That's a tough take from Auburn and finishing the contact for an and one. And it's 38-11. And clock is running. Auburn in green, that is Auburn High School. Alabama in maroon, that is Kendrick High School. Florida State taking on North Carolina. North Carolina is being represented by Central. And that guy, Jacoby Hill, he's going to be here. And I think everybody knows who he is and what he did last year.
Championship game all the way. They went to the championship game
So I can't
last
wait
year.
for this Auburn versus Central North Carolina game. I mean, we got a lot of great matchups. Good basketball players playing in this high-level league. Corey Black's been doing this for 7 years and glad that we can bring an extra part. Allen with a quick steal. And we're going to have our first dunk. We're just going to have a layup. And at the end of the first half, this one was all dominated by Auburn. They lead by 30. We're going to take a quick break. It's Thrift, Barringer, Richard Holdridge on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live, CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. Welcome back here, Thrift Barringer, and we're at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League live on Georgia Alabama Sports Live Facebook and YouTube channel. And I am with a special guest, and we're going to be doing interviews like this throughout the day, throughout the entire time we're here at the Fall League. It is with Auburn High School head basketball coach Chris Brandt. Chris, how you doing, man?
Thank you for having me. This is awesome. I'm glad they have this league here for these players so they can come, and gives me the chance to watch from the stands and be a fan and get to see how they do.
Oh, and that's one of the questions I'm going to lead off with. How awesome is it for you as a coach to be able to see your players playing in live game action against some high-level quality talent, to be able to see where they're at as you head into your first practice in October? Is it beneficial for you and your program?
Oh, it's huge. It's a blessing, really. And I've always had 2 or 3 kids in the fall league here, but
right.
I've had more of them. They decided I think I got 11 on the team, and right now one's a B team player, one's a manager.
Nice.
So I got 9 varsity players out there that luckily, they changed the rules in Alabama that they can play all season together.
Nice.
So it's special to see what they can do without me, how much they have taken over the last year.
Right.
And how much they remember. So they're doing a pretty good job right now.
I enjoy watching them. I like how your team, they're high-level IQ. They don't make stupid mistakes. And obviously, they've been coached really well. And this also gives them continuity as you head into the season. But let's go a little bit in your background of your history. We were talking a little bit. You've been at Auburn High School for 30 years. You played there. You went to Auburn University, three-pointers knocked down. Then you went overseas, came back, and you decided to get in the coaching profession. So how's it been being the lead guy at Auburn, and who are some of your mentors before you became the head coach?
Well, I played for Frank Talbert when I was at Auburn High School, and, he taught me a lot about basketball along with my brothers. I grew up, my family moved from Indiana, so my whole family played basketball growing up.
Right.
But I was blessed to get a scholarship at Auburn. Actually, it was 1 year with Mike Jones.
Wow.
So, that was special to see him today and be able to talk to him. But then finished out at Auburn, played overseas a little bit, but then I was planning going to college coaching and go with Tommy Joe Eagles. He was going to loop back to Louisiana after Auburn. And Frank Talbert, the guy that I was under, he got real sick, got Guillain-Barré, and that basically attacks your nervous system. And he was out for 2 years, and he asked me, can you hold down the fort until I come back? And he came back 2 years later, and we kind of co-coached from then on. So I did 1 year at Macon Academy, which is kind of crazy.
Yes.
And then at the rest of the time, the 30 years, I think I'm on number 30 right now. It's kind of scary. I've been out at Auburn High School, so it's been a true blessing.
And you've won state championships. When was the last state championship you had?
It's been a while. It's 2005.
Okay.
We did go to the state finals in 2017.
Yep, I remember that.
And then my son actually played. That was Garrison Brooks and went to North Carolina.
Yep.
And then in 2020 during COVID, we actually made to the Final Four.
Awesome.
And basically blew a lead in the fourth quarter. Lost to the state champion Oak Mountain.
Yeah.
So, and then the next year we lost the regional to Enterprise, who won the state finals. So when I lose to the state final. Yeah,
right.
Who wins it?
And you've done a great job, Chris. You're one of the best coaches in the area. Your program's always winning. And I want you to talk about this team a little bit. I know we don't have all your players. Some of them probably are playing football right now. And you got a really good football team, too, one of the top 4 teams in the state. What do you expect from your team this year? Do you expect this team to be one of your better teams, or you think it's going to be a growing process, but eventually down the road you think it could be one of your better teams?
Well, I feel real confident. The problem is it really goes what's coming back from Alabama. And I have most of my team back. I did lose my point guard. He went to Shelton State.
Gotcha.
And then I lost my other guard who just decided to become a student at UAB. Had a chance to play at a couple schools, and he said he was done.
Right.
But I got the majority of my team. I added Antoine Daniels. He's a sophomore.
Son of Marquise Daniels,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
Former Auburn great.
Yes, he'll play some point guard in too. He plays guard. So having a big guard like that allows me to do a lot of different things. And being his first year, he's been in our program, but he's just been a part. He's never missed a step. His IQ is really high because I've been around basketball his whole life. And his father and his sister's older, plays at Auburn High School. So it's we feel really good about this year. The only problem is Central brings everybody back. Now, we played them 3 times. We're blessed to beat them twice, but they beat me in the area championship.
Yep.
And then Fairhope, who beat me in the regionals, brings everybody back.
Right.
And then if I somehow got through them, then Hoover, who won state, brings everybody back.
Right.
So it's a gauntlet as far as Alabama.
Oh,
Nobody
yeah.
graduated anything.
Yep.
So I feel that we got to have a little luck our way for things when we get down the road, and we just try to gel this team and put all the pieces together and hopefully make a good run.
All state championship winning teams have to have the ball bounce their way.
Oh, yes.
At some point. You've won one. You've been to several. But last thing I want to ask you, Coach, for all those coaches that are thinking about getting their team involved in this fall league, what are some of the things you want to tell them promoting how it benefits your program and how it can help them if they want to come and join it?
Well, I love how this particular Corey Black gets speakers. People have been in real life situation, has been where they want to go.
Right.
They do, some Sundays they do drills and to help progress their game.
Right.
So they bring a lot to the table. I think it's excellent for them. I don't have to try to find them something something crazy to
Right.
go do. It's easy. It's only 45 minute to an hour trip for
Right.
our kids to go to on a Sunday. So it's really good and to get ready for the teams in Columbus and then Georgia. All of us get ready, and I think that's a huge beneficial advantage for us.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for coming on. Legendary coach. I plan on calling some of your games this year, and while we've been talking to you, your team's just putting on highlight after highlight.
Well, thank you very much.
Have a good rest of your Sunday, man.
All right.
That is Chris Brandt, legendary coach of Auburn High School. He thinks he's got one of his best teams in a long time, and you're seeing right now why they are so talented. They are also missing several players, Richard. They got 9 varsity players. They're missing some for football. And they also got this guy right here at the free throw line who just knocked down his and one. His dad, Marquise Daniels, played in the NBA, was a great NBA player, long time in the 2000s, played at Auburn. And before Bruce Pearl got there, he was on the last Auburn team that made it to the NCAA tournament back in 2003, lost in the Sweet 16 to Carmelo Anthony in Syracuse. And Carmelo said he was one of the tougher matchups he had. Marquise played for several teams, including the Bucks, the Pacers, the Celtics, and the Mavericks. Allen knocks it down. Thank you to Chris Brandt, and it's one of the many reasons why this league is so awesome.
I do remember Marquise Daniels in the early 2000s because he was on that Mavericks team with Josh Howard, and it was a very young team. They still had their veterans like Dirk Nowitzki, Michael Finley, Steve Nash, but they had the young players, and Marquise Daniels was one of those players.
So coming up next, we have Florida State, Russell County taking on Central. That's going to be a good one. You're going to want to stay tuned right here on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
And Thrift, we do have a score update from that Green Bay Atlanta game as the Falcons win 25-24.
How about that? Coming back from 12 down in the fourth quarter to win 25-24. Dirty Birds doing it good here in the
They're 2-0.
first 2 games of the season. That's a three-pointer knocked down. The amount of shooters that are on this Auburn team. Bradley Pearson, Mr. Gonya, Cash Reef. I mean, these guys can fill it up. Then you got athletic ability of Tabari Allen, Roosevelt Ross, Antoine Daniels. I mean, this is a well put together team, and I know Coach Brandt's excited about
Auburn
it.
has got shooters. They're fundamentally sound. It makes you want to see that dream matchup between Auburn and Lee Scott Academy. That's another fundamentally sound
No
team.
offense to Lee Scott, Auburn would be way too much for them to handle. They're a 7A public school.
True.
Lee Scott's a private school.
But someday we will have the rules where AHSAA and AISA will play together, and we would love to see that.
You may not. I mean, who knows? Lee Scott could become an AHSAA member.
You never know.
You never know. Central is also in this, and like he said, they return everyone. We got Jacoby Hill here, and we can't wait to see him. Tony Montgomery. I mean, there's some elite
Ballers.
first-round draft picks. Oh! Holy smokes! Cash Elder About shut
Cash
down the
Elder.
whole gym with that one. Couldn't finish it, though.
We're about to say cash money.
My man Brian Evans, a statistician,
Wow.
got jumped out of his pants on that dunk attempt. That was nasty.
He almost brought the house down. You know, Thrift, I got to say it's quite an honor to be a part of the broadcast here with you, where you called many Pacelli games here at the Land
And I'm looking
last
forward to,
season.
and looking forward to calling more this year.
Cash Elder knocks out the foul shot. Oh, what a steal.
And there goes number 90, Edwards. Edwards gets it blocked by Pearson. All the way to the right. Tough lay, no good. Roosevelt Ross gets it. Roosevelt Ross turns around. Roosevelt Ross says, "I'm too big for you." And flips it up and in. 45-point lead, 10 minutes remaining here. Auburn set to go 1-0. Kendrick 0-1. Traveling violation.
So
like,
we don't have an official schedule. I was looking on Max Preps. They do have scheduled games, but it's not the entire schedule.
well, how about this? Auburn went 24-5 last year, and they beat Central twice before losing to them in the regions,
Oh, what a block.
in the area tournament, excuse me. Three-pointer from Elder is airballed. Three-pointer, no good. Rebound, no good. Pearson gets his
But I tell you what,
6th, 7th
Thrift,
rebound.
this Kendrick team, they're going to look to improve under head coach Andre Dye. Have them play at Spencer in their region. A
Roosevelt
tough region.
Ross about
They-
broke the backboard with that one, yeah.
They went 8-6 last year in the region, but did not make the playoffs because there was that crazy three-way tie with all those teams when they got into the region tournament. Lost to Rutland, but still, Spencer is the class of that region.
It's packed here, too, on a Sunday. It's only going to get more packed. Pearson misses. Tip back out to Allen. Allen's going to take it all the way and glide in for the miss. Loose ball, out of bounds, going to go back to Kendrick, which is Alabama.
So it's looking like the first scheduled game, according to Max Preps, the Auburn Tigers taking on Carver Montgomery on November the 2nd. Well, they really start the high school basketball season earlier and earlier.
And nice take from Andrew Spivey.
Yeah, Spivey's been doing that a couple of times this afternoon.
We got stats from Brian Evans. Three-pointer is up and no good. Spivey trying to get open. Feet weren't set. He was going to shoot it anyway. He drives in and he finishes. Nice job getting in there in the lane. Isaiah Whitley, class of 2025. Allen, wide open is Ross for the easy dunk.
That was an easy jam. Ross, two hands on the jam.
Three-pointer, air ball. I almost said it. I don't know if that was an oop attempt or not. Pearson drives, Pearson finishes strong. The left-hander. I mean, him and Gonya and Cash Reef, they can shoot. I love seeing them put the ball up from the three-point line. Tough layup, no good. But taking it to the rack and finishing strong, they've done an excellent job. Dump down to Ross. Ross up and in. 6:36 remaining. I don't know. I think they're trying to bust the clock. They've got 6 minutes and 30 seconds from getting 100. Russell County, Florida State is taking on Central, which is North Carolina. So North Carolina, Florida State, Central, and Russell County up next here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
Yeah, last season Russell County had a tough time against Central, but I remember It was 2 years ago. Russell County beat Central, and I remember when the students stormed the court. That was December of 2021. I remember because that was the SEC championship game between Georgia and Alabama. And yes, I had my phone out while I was PA announcing that game.
I was at that game. I was at that SEC championship game. I was there. I was covering it with Sports Visions. I remember I was there doing it.
Absolutely.
Gonya. Reef.
Oh.
Reef falling backwards. Had it open. Daniels couldn't get it up high enough. Hot passes through the hands of Alabama.
So if you look at Kendrick, they finished 7th place in the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament. We called that game the 7th place game against Jordan. That was the first game that we did. And we had a chance to see Quentin Walcott. And he's not on the team this year. I mean, he went on to graduate, but he was their star player for Coach Dye, a leading scorer. Probably led pretty much every category, right, Thrift?
Yeah, every
rebounds, steals.
Yeah, exactly right.
Which player for Kendrick is going to step up?
Who's going to be that guy?
Who's going to be that guy?
Is it going to be Mr. Spivey, who just scored right there?
I do like Andrew Spivey. I like Cash Elder. They have some good players. But we did see Kendrick play football on Thursday. Wondering if any of those players are going to be on the basketball team as well.
We are live on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live YouTube page and Facebook.
They don't have an official schedule out, but we do know that Kendrick will play Spencer in basketball on December the 12th. On
Daniels.
a Tuesday night.
Daniels trying to bake Ross, Reef, over the head of Gonya.
Like we mentioned, the official basketball schedule is not out yet. We do have bits and pieces of the schedule. Oh, he's wide open. He's got to shoot that. Good defense by Auburn. Roosevelt Ross with his length getting up there.
Daniels. Tough take.
I tell you, with Roosevelt Ross's size, he can guard just about anybody on the perimeter.
Right.
Auburn is going to be a tough team to beat this upcoming season. But like we mentioned, they do have a tough region with Smith Station, Opelika, and Central.
Rick Barringer, Richard Holdridge, Georgia Alabama Sports Live Facebook page and YouTube channels, what we're live on. Gonya out, Reef out, Fletcher out. Roosevelt Ross out. Daniels shooting his second free throw, up and good. Last 2 minutes here, Richard. I really like this Auburn team. Alabama's going to be competitive in Kendrick. Remember, this is 7A taking on 2A. Ravel Edwards knocks it down.
And Lavelle Edwards, only a freshman. Plus, Thrift, also getting to know these players in this fall league will prepare us for the upcoming basketball season in 2 months, because we will be live streaming a lot of games around the Chattahoochee Valley. And, you know, we're familiar with majority of these players already.
But this gives us an upper hand to know what's going to happen this upcoming year. Remember, a lot of players are playing football, so these are not their completed rosters. Three-pointer no good. Last minute 22 here. Pearson, Gonna go right by for an easy layup. I think Bradley Pearson may be the lead scorer for this game between him and Tabari Allen.
Yeah, most of these teams are one high school, but we do have a high school mixture of Calvary, Shaw, Harris County, Northside.
And a
Springwood.
dunk
Whoa!
for Tabari Allen. Nice alley-oop off the backboard for Bradley Pearson.
Put it down.
So we did get a dunk, Spivey. Pearson. There's going to be a foul. So this will be the end of the game.
It's in
Someone
running
shooting
clock.
from the free throw line. Oh, no, they're going to say it on the floor, thankfully.
Foul on the floor. Oh, right off the basket. Nice floater.
And that's going to do it.
Oh.
Auburn's going to start 1-0. Auburn High School, Alabama, which is Kendrick High School, going to go to 0-1. We're going to have the player of the game do an interview with Richard. Richard will be talking about how he enjoys playing in the Fall League, how long has he been playing in the Fall League, and asking him some questions about his upcoming year this year. I think he's a senior, so he'll be talking with Bradley Pearson, our player of the game, Sports Vision player of the game. Bradley Pearson will come with Richard in just a moment.
All right, welcome back. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard Holdridge here. I'm here with the player of the game for Auburn, Bradley Pearson. Bradley, first of all, what do you look forward to most about playing in the Fall League?
I'm focused on our team. Our team chemistry got to get a little bit better for school ball, and we got some people that are in our region, so I think it's good for us, and I'm happy that I'm here.
All right, and how long have you been playing in the Fall League?
I first started last year. We had about like 7 people. We didn't have too much people, but this year we have about a good amount of people that are on my school ball team, and I'm really looking forward to keep playing in the Fall League.
All right, your team won 24 games last year. You lost to Central in the region final, lost in the first round of the AHSAA tournament. Looking to this year, what are you looking forward to for this upcoming 2023-2024 season? And how competitive is this region going to be?
This region, I think it's going to be really competitive. Our best matchup is probably Central this year. This is probably one of our best teams that have the chemistry, and so we just got to get better with the upcoming sophomores and keep going and moving forward.
All right, the high school basketball season is about 2 months away. I know you guys going to get into your workouts, your training camp, and get ready for the season. You got a big games coming up, non-region games, and good luck the rest of the way in this fall league and then this upcoming basketball season for Auburn.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, that was the guard for the Auburn team, player of the game for the CBHoops Fall League, Bradley Pearson. And we are moments away from the next game. It's going to be Central versus Russell County, but it's going to be Florida State and North Carolina. That is the matchup. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And we started off with the dunk. Welcome back here, Florida State. And yellow taking on Central and gray.
That was a big dunk by Jacoby Hill. Starts the party early.
My man Jacoby said, I'm going to start the party early, man. I'm glad to be here. We got a big-time game. Central taking on Russell County. Hill for another one. Alley-oop way too high. And nice take for number 5, Jacorian Roberts.
And Timothy Littleton with the shot attempt. He will go to the line for Russell County, for Florida State, rather. Like you mentioned, Central made it all the way to the championship game last year. Lost to Vestivia Hills in the final. And Jacoby Hill, he was pretty much an offensive weapon. Good ball movement.
Dumped down to the big
Wow,
man.
what a
It was
steal.
stolen. Out of bounds on Florida State. I'm laughing because Bradley Pearson just did an interview and just got my headset soaking wet. And I was going to make Richard swat with me, but Richard gave me a look like, you got to be kidding. Traveling violation on Auburn. So Auburn and Russell County. Russell County last year, Richard went, well, you pulled that
Well,
up.
they were
Auburn,
on the doorstep of the playoffs.
Central.
They're in a very tough region.
And Central made it all the way to the state championship. Lou was into Hoover. And they returned majority of their team, including that guy, Jacoby Hill. Tough lane, and that looked like a foul. Bryce Dawson, excuse me, not Bryce Dawson, Kingston Henry of Russell County. Three-pointer for Russell County is good. Kingston Henry makes that after he was fouled. And it's now 4-2, Russell County. Three-pointer on the way is cashed in from from North Carolina, which is Central. Central, North Carolina, and Gray. Central, North Carolina, and Gray. Russell County, Florida State in yellows. Florida State, North Carolina. Central and Russell County. Central in gray, Russell County in yellow.
So Russell County went 14-12 last year. They lost their first game into the region tournament.
Jacoby Hill.
State champion.
Hill.
Playoffs.
There's another three-pointer. That ain't from Jacoby Hill. That's back-to-back from Bryce Dawson. And they're up 8-4.
Split the season series last year with Central, 1-1.
Henry steals the ball. And awkward looking form, but knocks it in is the big man from Russell County. 8-6 now. Pull up. Miss is number 6 from Central, Antonio Lockhart. Excuse me, not Antonio Lockhart, Willie Townsend.
Oh, nice pass.
Laying it up and in is Maliki Dix. And Maliki Dix, who knocked down the 15-footer, hits a layup and ties the game at 8.
And a great pass by Timothy Littleton.
8-8, 15:50 remaining.
So Timothy Littleton, the senior, I remember when he was a sophomore playing on the varsity team. In 2021, I was the public address announcer, and Coach Ronnie Battle allowed me to do that for a season. Had a lot of fun as well.
A lot of fun.
Absolutely. I do recognize some of these players from the JV team as well. Like Karan Thomas, he was on the JV team. Maliki Dix was on the JV team.
Tim Littleton's got it.
He's got range. He could shoot that if he wants it.
Dix down low, tough lane, and wide.
Good to him.
Nice job finishing with the contact.
Karan Thomas.
Mr. Thomas getting himself on the board with an and one, and he's trying to extend Florida State's lead to 3.
I got to say, these two teams are evenly matched. They're familiar with each other. They play each other twice every year. This is a rivalry between these two teams.
That was almost a dump by Bryce Dawson. Has that knocked out of bounds, and it's going to go back to Florida State. Coming up later on after this one, Georgia taking on Florida. Georgia taking on Florida. Georgia is Hardaway. So Hardaway High School in the building. Shout out to Coach Kendall Mills. And Florida, who is going to be represented, trying to find that for y'all, by Pacelli. So Pacelli, and who is Florida, is taking on Georgia, who is Hardaway. So Pacelli and Hardaway going at each other next. Georgia Alabama Sports Live's coverage of the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
Like you mentioned, Central 21-10 last year. They lost to Hoover in the state championship game. Had a pretty decent run in the playoffs. Yeah, they beat Define, Fairhope, Spain Park, and lost to Hoover. But I remember in that Final Four game, Jacoby Hill just went off.
They did lead the game off with a dunk, and that's a three-point shot. It's good. Much we want to talk about Central. Russell County's got some players of their own. Littleton.
They definitely do.
Three-pointer, no good. Rebound by Bryce Dawson, who gets it and one.
Bryce Dawson, good follow-up, and now he has an opportunity to attempt a three-point play here. It's been a back-and-forth game between these two teams.
Russell County and Florida State lead Central and North Carolina 13-12. Third Barringer, Richard Holdridge here. Ball stolen. And Bryce Dawson with an easy flush to give Central / North Carolina the lead.
A nice backdoor pass.
Goes right through the hands of zero Kendris King's hands. Des Williams made that pass to Dawson for the dunk. That pass is way too hot from Hill to Dawson. Share this video, like our page. We do all sports around the Chattahoochee Valley area.
Needs to set up a screen. And I'm impressed with the way these players are playing as the shot clock winds down. They are not playing with their respective coaches. The coaches are actually in the stands watching, but the way that they are playing together, it's really a great opportunity in this fall league just for these players just to get familiar with basketball, getting ready for the season.
Three-point jump shot, two-point jump shot is good.
Nice basket by Des Williams.
Make it a three-point lead now. Stolen.
Nice turnover.
Williams. Off the backboard for the Jacoby Hill dunk.
Who else? Jacoby Hill.
Mr. Williams likes finding people for dunks. That's his second one today, finding now Hill. First one was Dawson. Again, Central in gray. They are North Carolina Seal. Taking on Florida State. And buckle up for Kobe Hill. And he misses that one. But able to get the rebound and lay it up and in is number 4, Tyjor Cooper.
I tell you what, Thrift, Jacoby Hill is putting on a show. I cannot wait for this season. Coming back for the Central Red Devils this upcoming season. He is going to be just an offensive force for the Red Devils.
Juggernaut.
Absolutely. There's no question he could score and score in bunches.
Three-pointer, way off.
Good rebound by TJ Upshaw, another one of those players that got moved to the varsity in 2021. He was on the JV team.
And Upshaw has a brother last year that graduated.
Absolutely. A lot of these players, I had the privilege of calling their JV game.
Willie Townsend to the big man, number 8, Jatori Williams, who has that ball knocked out of his hands.
Which has always been a tradition. Every time they have a basketball game, the JV goes first, then the girls, then the boys.
That's how it is for most schools. Littleton drives. Littleton gets fouled. It's going to go line to shoot 2. First game was one between Auburn, who was taking on Kendrick in Alabama. Auburn High School, which is Auburn in this fall league, was taking on Alabama, which is Kendrick High School, and they dominated.
And Bradley Pearson was player of the game. You heard his interview here first.
Townsend.
Looking forward to this season.
Hill for 3, short. Rebound by Littleton. Littleton to Dix. Dix lays it up and in. Good fast break from Littleton and Maliki Dix. Cross court. Hill has it. 3-2 zone now for Florida State and Russell County. Three-pointer from Bryce Dawson, his third of the game here in the first half, and it gives them a 23-16 lead. Littleton, man-to-man now from Central, which is North Carolina. Maliki Dix. Three-pointer, banked in.
Wow.
The bank is open on a Sunday for Kingston Henry.
Like that.
Dawson trying to make it 4. In and out. Upshaw. Goes baseline, gets fouled.
These two teams, they're so athletic. They like to run the floor. And they split the season series the last 2 years. Russell County winning on their home floor. Central winning on their home floor. Two evenly matched teams. Russell County led by their head coach, the former Auburn point guard, Ronnie Battle. He was in that backcourt with Chuck Person in the early 90s.
Ronnie could shoot it and fill it up, and he could dunk. Williams has a turnover. Not a good pass from Dez, one of the few turnovers he's had. Maliki Dix, right place, right time, good look by Littleton. He's found him a couple times, and they make it a 2-point deficit.
And Central's head basketball coach is Charles Burkett.
Yeah, Coach Burkett, who coached at Hoover for a long time, is now here coaching at Hoover.
Yeah, he
at
actually coached
Central.
his former team in the championship game. Won a state title at Hoover back in 2015.
And he'll have another one at Central. This could be the year As Coach Kendall Mills from Hardaway walking in. Central could be winning multiple state championships in multiple sports this year.
Absolutely. We saw that with the baseball team.
Hardaway's coach Kendall Mills just walked in, by the way. Rich, I don't know if you saw him.
I did. I did see Coach Mills. Also got a privilege of PA announcing for a Shaw Hardaway game, and it was a great matchup. And also the head basketball coach for the girls basketball team for Hardaway, Kelly Ellison,
Who made it the Final Four last year.
Final Four, yeah. And they lost a close game to Griffin, who went on to win the state championship.
Jacoby Hill, corner up to Dawson, back to Hill. Nobody comes out and guards him, and he misses the three. Rebound by Central. Goes up strong. Nice job by Ty-Jor Cooper getting the rebound and finishing strong. Behind the back, they're going to say he clipped him.
Good move by Antonio Lockhart. It's just a foul by Central. Team that went 21-10 last year, had a very incredible run to the state championship. Unfortunately, did lose to Hoover.
Henry, wild, up ahead, Hill, wild. He throws it back.
Oh,
Williams, wild. Bryce, three-point shot on the way, no good. Rebound by Jacoby Hill. Hill throws it to Williams. Probably should have just laid it up right there.
Jacoby Hill had to reach for that one to get the rebound.
Three-pointer for Upshaw is no good. Right now there's a lid on the basket and multiple turnovers. Open is, he may have traveled, didn't even put the ball down. And then Dawson misses an easy dunk. Sloppy basketball right now from both teams. Underneath the basket, laying it up and in is number 2, Ty Morgan. Finally ends the sloppiness from both teams. Upshaw's got it now. He's going to pull up from deep. He's going to miss. Morgan for three. No good. Henry, he misses. He couldn't do the putback either. Is number 6, Lockhart.
It's going to be off Russell County.
Russell County cannot manage to find the ball to go into the rack. They're Barringer, Richard Holdridge live here at the CBHoops Practice Fall League for Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. We've called the Glenwood Lee Scott game. We love covering sports around this area. That three-pointer is nothing but the bottom of the net for number 4, Ty-Jor Cooper. TJ Cooper, I'm assuming they call him. If not, that's what I'm going to call him.
Got the double team. It's going to be a foul on the floor. Antonio Lockhart was waiting for the screen, but there wasn't anybody helping out, and a turnover.
Turnover.
Central.
Dawson. Minute left here. Morgan. Williams. Dawson trying to hit number 4 and hits it. That's a can. And Central's got their biggest lead of the game, double digits now. They're up by 12. Upshaw's going to pull up for 3. He's going to hit nothing but backboard. Lockhart. I'm going to say he traveled.
And with the running clock, let's see if Central can get a possession here. Try to run an offensive play. But these two teams, they just want to run up and down the court. There's another turnover, and starting to get some sloppy play to close out this first half with another foul. So our next game, Thrift, is Georgia versus Florida. Also Hardaway versus Pacelli. as that is the end of the first half.
That's the end of the first half. That one's dominated by Central. We're going to do a quick interview with Hardaway High School's head basketball coach, Kendall Mills. Really good friend of mine. Coach Mills, you won't have any ears, but they definitely can hear you.
Gotcha.
All right, Coach. First things first, how you been? How you enjoying your off season?
Off season, I'm a volleyball coach and athletic director.
There is
Always
such a
working.
thing as all season, right?
No off season.
And also you do your podcast, and how's that been going here over the last few weeks?
Going pretty well, yeah.
I know it's busy time, but y'all still get a couple episodes out every single week if
Absolutely.
you can.
We're trying to just keep people informed of what's going on in the community and let them know what it's like to be an athletic director.
And tell them the podcast again, quick plug.
Office Hours, the real life athletic directors on Spotify.
On Spotify, and you have a Facebook page, so make
Yes,
sure
sir.
to go like them on Facebook. All right, first things first, Coach. Something like this. How important is it for your group to get continuity before the season, to play in-game action, referees, shot clock, playing against high-level, talented players?
yeah.
Does it help you as a coach? You can't coach it, but you can watch it to get your team ready?
Can't coach them, sit here and watch it. I film it, so we'll watch it probably tomorrow in class.
Okay.
We'll talk about some things that I see. And I really sit back and just evaluate them behind the scenes.
Right.
And it gives you a chance to see who's matured, who's getting a little better on the court, who's going to be the communicator out there. So when we do get cranked up and the end of October, I can say, hey, I've watched you for 6 weeks. Without me fussing at you, you play fine. Now, why me getting on to you is messing you up?
Right.
I expect big things from you.
Exactly. All right, and let me ask you this also, Coach. You know, what is the routine for most high school coaches right now in the month of September? I know football's going on.
Yep.
Y'all not allowed to have practice until October. So you do have this league, but what are the players allowed to do with you until then?
Well, I'm lucky enough where I have my guys in the weight room with me during the day. So we're able to lift weights and do some conditioning. So right now we get, with my volleyball schedule, it throws me off a little bit. So I try to get 1 day, at least right now, in the gym with them.
Gotcha.
Conditioning.
Gotcha.
We'll amp it up a little bit more next month, of course. October leading up to October 23rd for tryouts. But you just want to see what they're doing on their own to get better. If they call me and say, I want to get in the gym before school starts, let's get in the gym before school starts. If it's after basketball practice, you want to get some shots up, come on and get some shots up.
Right.
So I have to be a little lenient, a little flexible.
Right.
But I got a good wife, and she supports me, so I'm able to do those things and stay in the gym as long as I need to.
Right.
As long as the kids want to get in there and be active.
Yep, and I think that's a great point. In this profession, athletic director, coach, you got to have a good supporter. You got to have a good foundation at home. And Miss Linda, she is a supportive of yours. She has her own thing going, too. She's one of the best photographers around the area.
Appreciate that.
All right, last thing, though, Coach, I did want to talk to about is your Hardaway team this year. You've been the head coach for a long time. You're the head girls coach for a long time. You've been successful wherever you've been. I look at this roster. They were young last year, Coach.
Yep.
I think this year you're going to start putting things together. How are you feeling about it here early on in this offseason?
Well, like I said, they're a good group of guys. They've been with me now for a few years, so they understand what I expect of them. And I hope we can show those talents and show what we can do as a team come November.
Yep.
But they put the time in, and we're just going to keep working and pushing. And we got a tough schedule this year. We're going to play some schools out of town up in the Atlanta area. So I'm really looking forward to the early challenges before we get in our region play in January.
No doubt about it. You know you got a fan of me, Coach Mills.
I know.
Thank
Love
you
man.
so much. Love you too,
Appreciate
brother.
everything.
This is Coach Kendall Mills of Hardaway High School doing a fantastic job as athletic director and looking forward to your season this year.
Thank you so much, Thrift.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Coach.
it. Yes,
All
sir.
right, we are here at the Georgia-Alabama Sports Live coverage of the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. That was Coach Kendall Mills, legendary coach at Hardaway. And now we're in the second half. Central is leading, and Central is North Carolina, leading Florida State in yellow by 12. Richard, what do you like to see in the second half as Littleton knocks it down?
I'd like to see more of that. I want to see Timothy Littleton get more involved, and just if he's got the range, if he's open, just shoot it. All right, it looks like it's going to be another turnover going the other way. As these two rivals, Russell County, led by head coach Ronnie Battle, and the former Auburn point guard in the early 90s. Central, led by head coach Charles Burkett, the former Hoover coach that played his former team in the state championship in the 7A AISA championship game, as that's another foul. But both teams, I guess you could say they're crosstown rivals. They split the season series the last 2 years with Russell County winning both games at home and Central winning on their home court. There's definitely no love lost between these two teams, especially in basketball. As that free throw is no good by TJ Upshaw for Florida State. As North Carolina leading Florida State 33-24. Second foul shot's good. And so it is an 8-point lead for North Carolina. Another turnover. Timothy Littleton.
All the way to the rack, and he misses. Good rebound and nice pump fake, but he misses the putback. This number 10, Karan Thomas. Excuse me. I'm not going to call him Karen. Sorry I said that, Karan.
Oh, look at that pass.
Pull it back out. Townsend thought about shooting. He's going to shoot it again, and that is all money from Townsend. And it's back up to 11. Littleton, the Upshaw, to Henry, back to Upshaw. Man-to-man from Central, which is in North Carolina, which is in gray. Florida State in yellow. That's Russell County. Dump down to Maliki Dix. Maliki Dix turns around. Maliki Dix almost finishes. But the referee gave the thrusting motion. Said he hip checked him. Thought he was doing a dance for a moment, but realized he was calling a foul. And that's going to send Maliki Dix to the line to shoot two.
It's an 11-point lead for North Carolina, represented by Central. That first foul shot is no good. Coming up here in the CBHoops Fall League, we've got the next game. It's Georgia versus Florida, also Hardaway versus Pacelli.
Georgia is Hardaway. Florida is Pacelli.
And we just heard from the Hardaway head basketball coach, Coach Kendall Mills. Pacelli is coached by the AD and also...
By the way, Hardaway will be in red. They're Georgia. And purple is Florida, and that is Pacelli. Hill, nice cut, block. They're going to definitely hit the rim, so it's going to be goaltending.
Definitely goaltending. But a nice move by Jacoby Hill.
Didn't hit the rim, the backboard. Maliki Dix, Henry drives, Henry, tough layup for King Henry.
Oh, Henry, wow.
King Henry says, follow my lead. Williams, back to Hill. Hill,
he's got range.
Misses to Dawson, to the big man. Big man drives, big man gets blocked. Good block by Henry. Nice layup, and here's Upshaw. Upshaw drives, Upshaw gets it blocked. What a block right there by Bryce Dawson. Hill drives and lays it up and in.
Good touch.
Is Jatori Williams. Big man running the floor, getting some love, finishing to make a 13-point lead for North Carolina.
Looking at the upcoming schedule for the Central Red Devils, their first game is on the road against Carver Montgomery on November the 7th on a Tuesday night. Thrift, I got a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of Tuesday night games, a lot of Friday night, Saturday night, as we try to get that schedule ready for our live streams.
No doubt about it.
And this is an unofficial schedule, according to Max Preps. They have not released the official schedule yet.
Again, it's early. I mean, remember, this is only September the 17th.
About 2 months away till the
as
start
Josh Spate, the year of our Lord 2023.
Well, there you go.
Upshaw telling a man to move. He wants the one-on-one action over to Henry. Henry being guarded by Dawson. Just Littleton. Littleton to Henry. Henry drives. Henry finishes. King Henry sitting atop the throne with that one.
I like that one. King Henry.
And nice finish. He's trying to make it a 10-point game with this and one free throw. Free throw's good to make it 40-30 here. Good move by Williams. Des Williams
All the way to
with
the rack.
a euro. Littleton pulls it up over to Henry. Henry scored the last 2 buckets. Dumps it down to Littleton. Good ball movement, but not able to handle it, and it's going to go back to North Carolina.
Nice screen.
Pull up is good. Bryce Dawson, 5 threes already in this game. And he is looking like maybe our player of the game here with 12 minutes to go in the second half. Littleton thought about shooting, it doesn't. Henry loses the ball but gets it back. Dump down and turn around is no good. He was open, is number 2, DeJuan Fluellen. I don't know what Hill was doing with that one. The Upshaw, I don't know what all that was, but it turned into a Fluellen layup to make it a 13-point game.
He just happened to be at the right place at the right time.
Hill. Double crossover over to Dawson. Open is Morgan. Morgan fires and knocks that down to extend the lead to 16. Upshaw. Nice no-look pass. And they're going to say that he was fouled. They're going to say, yep, they're going to say it is on the floor. Thrift, Barringer, Richard Holdridge, Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Like us on Facebook. Subscribe on YouTube. Thank you all for joining us here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. North Carolina and Central taking on, and Gray taking on yellow, Florida State, which is Russell County.
And we do expect to see these two teams play in the regular season, as they always do. Both teams split the season series the last 2 years. But Russell County has missed out on the playoffs their last 2 years. They would like to get there. That's a goal. They had a winning season the last 2 seasons.
And I will say, Jacoby Hill is one of the top 3 players in the state. Central's going to be a top 2 team heading into this year.
Actually, Thrift, I think Central has the 2 top players, one for the boys and for the girls.
Yeah, and Jabria Lindsay, who is here, by the way. She's playing volleyball. Turnaround is good.
Ty Morgan with the pull-up jumper.
Dwayne Fluellen. Morgan plays for Central. I did the same thing, Richard.
Oh, Dwayne
Pull up
Fluellen,
for Jacoby Hill is no good. Morgan in there for the rebound. Thomas gets it for Russell County. Here comes Florida State in yellow. Upshaw.
Nice screen.
Upshaw. And they're going to say Fluellen travel.
Did they call Fluellen with a moving screen, or is that a...
They call it a traveling violation on him. 10-15 remaining here, 49-34. There's Morgan. He misses short. Rebound Lockhart. Lockhart.
So I got to look it up, Thrift, but I believe one of the states still does not have a shot clock. I don't know if they fixed that yet. I know we talked about Georgia has the shot clock.
Well, You're our stats guy. Look
I
it up.
know. I am the stats guy.
Upshaw, Thomas. Littleton. Pull up. Knockdown. Upshaw. Russell County staying alive. Only down 12. North Carolina leading Florida State. North Carolina Central, Florida State, Russell County.
Yeah.
And there's a man on the ground. And that jump shot is good. Willie Townsend made him fall. And number 4, Ty George, TJ Cooper knocks down the jump shot. Lockhart hit the deck on that one.
Yes, Alabama does not have a shot clock. All right. All right, everybody, I am here with the head basketball coach and athletic director of the Kendrick Cherokees, Coach Andre Dye. Coach.
Hey, how you doing?
It's great having you here. I mean, this is really incredible that your players can get an opportunity before the season starts just to get familiar with each other. Of course, these are the basketball players. Well, first of all, is there anybody on the football team that's going to be on the basketball team this upcoming season?
Yeah, we got a couple of players that they do multiple sports, so yes.
So we had the opportunity to call the Kendrick Spencer game on Georgia Alabama Sports Live on Thursday. And I actually thought Kendrick did a very good job shutting down Spencer in that second half. They scored 2 touchdowns.
Correct.
Just a great play by Bukari Littles with a quarterback keeper. And I believe that what Coach Martin is doing for the Kendrick Cherokees, he's got the Kendrick Cherokees on the up and coming, especially this upcoming football season.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I think majority of our programs at Kendrick are on the development side. Right now, we're just giving them opportunity to like for the fall league, get them out here and play. Coach Martin, he got the kids out there. We got a lot of young guys on the team, which in majority of our program, we have a lot of young players. Say we only had like 3 or 4 seniors that actually play football for us right now. So it's an opportunity within growth for the younger guys to touch the field, touch the court, and get a chance to really compete.
Coach, you went 8-6 last year in the region, but failed to make the playoffs. Coming into this season, lost the starter Quentin Walcott, but you have great players like Andrew Spivey, Cash Elder, players that really have stood out in this fall league. What are you looking forward to for this upcoming basketball season for the Kendrick Cherokees?
Oh, man, it's a development thing. The sky's the limit. Just like the football team, we're going to be young also. Right now, I'm looking at maybe 3 seniors coming back to the program. But majority of our guys are young, juniors, sophomores, freshmen. I got a very good freshman group that came in. Right away, they started working hard. And we just hope that we can develop those guys so that by the time region play hits, they'll be good to go.
Yeah, we just witnessed a block by Willie Townsend for Central. Wow, what a shot by Bryce Dawson.
Man,
boy, these 2 teams going back and forth, Coach.
Most definitely. Yeah, you can tell they work hard, man.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, before I let you get out of here, how does your girls basketball team look like this upcoming season?
Right now, they're just developing, doing their 4-on-1s, just trying to get better and compete. They're also playing in the fall league. We have a lot of our kids participating in outside sports, just making sure that everybody stays active so that when we do come together, we can just try to build on what we need to build on. They'll all be in shape.
So, Coach, you were able to look at your team. However, you were not allowed to coach them.
Correct.
But just seeing their skills and the way they work together as a team, as we just got another dunk.
Oh, man, they're showing out. They're showing out.
Willie Townsend, and this place is just blowing up.
Yeah.
But you had a chance to look at your team and the way they play without coaching. What has impressed you the most so far with your team in the fall league?
Oh, man, just not backing down. In the fall league so far, we played against 2 very good teams, in the Carver, and then we played against Auburn, which is a 7-8 school. And with us being a 2A school, I'm trying to tell my guys, it doesn't matter what ranking you are, where you are. If you can learn to compete and leave it all on the floor, we'll be able to compete when the season comes. Because right now, it's really no wins and losses. It's all about development.
Absolutely. Well, good luck, Coach, this upcoming basketball season. And really, all the programs at Kendrick, just good luck, just having a great season this upcoming school year.
Most definitely. Hey, thanks, Richard, man. I appreciate the interview.
Absolutely. That was the head basketball coach and athletic director of the Kendrick Cherokees, Coach Andre Dye, as Central North Carolina leading Russell County 61-45, also known as Florida State. And I tell you, Coach Dye.
So Coach Dye comes over here, and then Jacob Hill says, I'm going to start putting on a show.
Yeah, and you know what? He did a great job as a color commentator.
And now Jacoby comes out of here.
No, Coach Dye did a great job with the color commentating as we were trying to like let the people out there know what was going on in the game. But a great interview by Coach Dye. Well, this has really been a fun back and forth game, Thrift. I tell you, I can't wait till these two schools play each other in the regular season.
Hey, Chris.
Here we go, Antonio Lockhart. Nice pass to Littleton. Oh, right in the corner. And it's good. What a three-point shot. There we go. We get a dunk. Oh, and the foul and one. That was Des Williams. Like we mentioned, Thrift, back and forth game between both schools. This is really what the Fall League is all about. And I did look it up, Thrift. The Alabama high school does not have the shot clock.
No.
Don't know when they're going to implement that.
Georgia does. Alabama does not. Littleton misses that one. Rebound by Townsend. Excuse me, TJ Cooper. Morgan misses.
Good offensive rebound. Good hustle by Tyjor Cooper, and it's going to be a turnover.
TJ Cooper, I mean, that
going back the other way.
That's on Williams.
Nice screen. Backdoor pass. Gets his own miss.
Nice pass. And layup is good. King Henry pass from Maliki Dix.
Oh, the finger roll.
From Maliki Dix. Morgan, he's going to shoot another three, and he's going to knock it down. Good shot by Ty Morgan.
You know what, Morgan? That's his spot, the corner. He can go to the far side, the near side. Morgan likes to shoot that corner three.
Corner is Morgan's. Morgan and Morgan. Nice pass from Littleton to a cut in Maliki Dix. Even though they're going to lose this game, Florida State kept it close and stayed competitive.
Absolutely.
Stolen by Lockhart. Lockhart's going to go all the way and float it and miss. Rebound numbers. Are we going to have another dunk? Up to, no. Williams lays it in. I don't know if Morgan would have even been able to dunk that. He caught it. Lockhart drives to Dix. Maliki Dix, probably lead scorer or one of the top scorers on this Russell County team. It's been about a 16-point ball game. Pull up is short.
As TJ Upshaw checks back into the game for Florida State.
And the last probably possession of the game right here. Lockhart's going to jack up a three and miss it. They still want to get their points, and a dunk that was missed. And that probably is going to be the last play of the game as time's going to run out. And North Carolina, which is Central High School, put on a clinic and show.
Sure
Jacoby Hill and Bryce Dawson show reign supreme over Russell County and who is Florida State. They kept it close, competitive game, and we like seeing it. Bryce.
You're absolutely.
Bryce Dawson come up.
All right, as North Carolina beats Florida State 70-54, I'm here with the player of the game, Bryce Dawson, who is a junior who plays for the Central Red Devils. You scored 22 points. Congratulations. First of all, what do you like about playing in the Fall League?
For real, it just gets us way prepared for the season, you know, because we don't do a lot of conditioning. So it gets us conditioned, and it just allows us to build more chemistry.
And coming up this season, playing for Coach Burkett for the Central Red Devils, you made it to the state championship game last year against Hoover, but you fell short. What are the expectations coming up for this upcoming basketball season for Central?
The expectations for us is to win it all this year. We got bigger, stronger. We have a more well-balanced team with more people that added stuff to their bag. So it's going to be a fun season, and we hope to get back to Birmingham.
One thing I like about this team in the Fall League is you have familiar players that you're going to play for the Central Red Devils in 2 months. And one of the players, your teammate, Jacoby Hill, who just put on a clinic in the state playoffs last year, with all the focus is going to be trying to guard him. How does it feel when you get open looks because all the defense is swarming to him?
Oh, yeah. Me, my coach, and my team, we've already talked about it. We already know that he's one of the most well-recruited juniors in the state. So with him just getting better every year, it's going to make it a lot easier for our offense to score.
And I've been very impressed with Ty Morgan as well. I mean, you have shooters. You're able to run the floor. Played a very good Russell County team. But good luck this upcoming season, and just have fun in this Fall League. That's really what it's all about, is just getting familiar with your teammates and just playing good basketball in lieu to the start of the season.
Yes, sir.
All right, that was the player of the game for North Carolina, also known as Central, Bryce Dawson. As we are moments away from Georgia versus Florida, which is Georgia is represented by the Hardaway Hawks, led by head coach Kendall Mills. Florida is in purple, and they are led by the Pacelli head basketball coach, Coach Corey Black.
So last game, Bryce Dawson led the score with 22. The game before that, from Russell County, Maliki Dix, Henry had 15, King Henry had 15, Dix had 14. The first game, Auburn, Bradley Pearson with 21, he was the lead scorer, and the lead scorer, Mr. Elder for Kendrick. Shout out to our statistician, guy I love very dearly, Brian Evans, giving him shout outs throughout the broadcast as he updates us on what's going on. We're interviewing coaches. We've interviewed Kendrick's head coach, Andre Dye. I've interviewed Kendall Mills, the head coach of Hardaway. I've interviewed Auburn High School head coach Chris Brandt. And we'll have other great, and then players of the game. That one was Bryce Dawson. And then the day before, the game before, was Bradley Pearson. All right, like he said, Pacelli in purple, they're Florida. Hardaway in red, they're Georgia. CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League, game number 3 underway. And here we go.
There's already names that I recognize for this Hardaway Hawks team, as I had the privilege of calling that Hardaway Shaw game. That was, it went down to the wire, went in overtime at the campus of Shaw. A very exciting game. Oh, there's a, nice rebound by Jaquan Jordan, the sophomore.
All right, here comes number 13. And J.J. Kyles, Jonathan Kyles. Drives and gets fouled. Last year, Hardaway, Coach Kendall Mills, a really bit of a rebuilding year. He's got a team, he returns a majority of his team from last year. They expect to be competitive and even better. Tough region that they're in. First free throw is good for Kyles. John. Pacelli, we know about them. I was the play-by-play guy for them. Pacelli went all the way to the state championship game last year, losing in heartbreaking fashion off an atrocious call that made Stratford win. Mackay drives. Mackay, wild shot from Mackay Williams. Matthew Melvin is fighting for it. So Mackay Williams, Matthew Melvin, Jalen Bush, Trenton Latham, and Jaden Ford. Pookie, one of the top players in the state, the sophomore. On the floor for Hardaway. That's the team in purple. That's Pacelli. On the floor for Hardaway. Melvin tries to seal it.
Hardaway went 9-17 last year. They lost to Cairo in the region tournament, failed to make the playoffs. As they were trying to figure out this new reclassification. The year before, they went 14-13 with a 9-7 region record.
In there for Hardaway right now is Antonio Dortch, John Kyles. Dortch is number 11, Kyles number 13. Number 6, Mackay Benton. John shooting his second free throw, misses the first one. Third free throw attempt. And also Lamel Mims. Number 8 rounds out the 5 for Hardaway. Latham. Melvin. Mackay. Turnaround jump shot, airballs it, but Trenton Latham comes in and finishes it up. I'm gonna pull up last week's Fall League stats. Just look at them.
Oh, good block.
Turnaround, no good. Rebound, Mackay. And they're gonna say Mackay gets fouled. We're at week 2. Last week, Florida defeated Florida State, so Pacelli defeated Russell County 71-54. And that shot is good.
Jaden Ford with the
Ford knocks it down.
nice
Get
pass.
past to Dortch, who gets fouled. Trying to find now. Georgia lost to Georgia Tech, 48-40. Georgia Tech is the Spencer Green Waves. And Spencer and Georgia Tech beat Hardaway and Georgia. Hardaway and Georgia only by 8 points. Close, very close game. It's 4-1 right now. Now it's 4-2, Florida with the lead.
Nice screen.
Ford, Melvin. Melvin almost has it ripped.
Now, Thrift, Matthew Melvin, is he related to Daniel Melvin?
Yes, that is his brother. There's a lot of Melvins.
Absolutely.
His dad.
We did see him at the Saymark, the basketball camp this summer.
Yep. And that one is good.
It's a nice shot.
6-2 now, Florida. Drive is no good. Rebound by Melvin.
One thing I noticed about this Pacelli team, they do have a lot of depth.
Stolen. And all the way, and he's getting fouled, is Mackay Benton. Nice steal, silly pass.
So, Thrift, they have so much depth. Their JV team in the Border Wars beat Macon East.
Yeah, and Macon East was a Final Four team last year. Beat Glenwood in the region tournament, by the way. Not a Final Four team. Lost in the state championship on a buzzer beater.
That's right.
Pacelli's JV team beat them. Their varsity team beat Lee Scott. Pacelli did not play Glenwood last year.
Oh, but wouldn't that be a fun matchup if they did?
You calling out Coach Purdue?
No.
I'm about to have to report you, Richard.
I'm
good.
just excited to see when the basketball schedule's coming out. And whoever plays who, it's going to be fun.
We can't wait to do the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament and the Border Wars Tournament. Good move by Michael Rowe.
What a
Blocked
block.
by John Kyles. Dortch to Benton. They're going to say goaltending, and that's a tie game now, 6-6.
Checking into the game for Georgia, Philip Reese, the senior. But this is a very senior-ridden team for Georgia, also known as the Hardaway Hawks. Went 9-17 last year as they get ready for this upcoming season. Oh, nice screen.
Lyles, nice crossover. Lyles drives, Lyles finishes. And Lyles is going to pull up his sleeves for that one. Dortch, Benton. Three-pointer on the way is short. Rebound, Michael Rowe.
Yeah, Antonio Dortch, one of the top players for Hardaway last year.
Lyles, he's going to pull up a three and miss. Rebound and a block.
Philip Reese, but it looks like he got a little bit of the arm. It'll be a foul. Going to the line is A.J. Jackson for Florida. In a very close contested game here. First foul shot is no good. This is game 3 of the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League here
And
on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Go and like the Facebook page and subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Each of the teams is a high school team, okay?
But we do have a team that is a mixture of multiple high schools.
There is, but each one is a high school team. So right now, Georgia and Florida are playing. Florida's in purple, they're Pacelli. Georgia in red, they're Hardaway. But their high school coaches cannot coach. That is illegal. So there are other volunteer coaches who know the game of basketball that are out there coaching the teams.
2-on-1.
They can watch. Mims can't finish the left-handed layup. Hardaway's missing point-blank range. Also for the loose ball is up. And they're going to say traveling violation on number 5, Adonis Randall from Hardaway.
Now, Thrift, one thing about this Pacelli team last year, they were not afraid to play anybody. They would play a team like Sandy Creek that won the state title. They'd go on and play a 7A team. Right now they're playing a 4A team in Hardaway.
Lyles floats it up and in.
Nice shot by Malachi Lyles. Good touch. Oh, nice pass.
Pull up, short, rebound Mims.
Jump ball.
They're going to say jump ball. They're going to say jump, and it's going to stay. Nope, it's going to go to Pacelli.
10-6 is your score here, and it's still a running clock here in the first half. Malachi Lyles with the ball, trying to drive the lane. Oh, and he gets swatted away.
Good defense right there.
Oh, and Mekhi Benton hit the floor. Well, one thing about this fall tournament is these players just like to showcase their talent and really put on a show for these fans. And plus the other teams get to watch as well. And you have multiple coaches in the stands.
Yeah, they're
Let's see if
learning.
they set up a screen. Oh, the crossover.
They're learning about their team as Lyles misses, but Rowe gets the rebound. They're learning about their team, and they're going to see their competition too. So it's a win-win for everybody here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
No question about that.
If you didn't sign up this year, it's going to keep going. This thing's been as successful ever since they started it back in 2016.
Oh,
Stolen, here comes Randall. Michael Rowe, and one.
Count the bucket.
Michael Rowe trying to get the block, gets a foul instead, and Randall finishes. Job by Randall taking it in strong.
This Hardaway Hawks team, 9-17, they missed out on the state playoffs. I had the privilege of being the public address announcer for one of the biggest rivalries in 4A in Columbus, the only rivalry in 4A. Hardaway and Shaw went to overtime. It was an incredible game. And I remember Shaw ended up winning the game.
We'll be doing several of them this year.
I just cannot wait till that schedule comes out because it's going to be like Christmas. We're going to be looking at the Tuesday night games, which games we want to do, and like we're doing with football, we'll have the high school game of the week.
We're going to take a quick timeout. It's Georgia Alabama Sports Live's coverage of CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League here at St. Anne Pacelli. Game number 3. Pacelli in purple, they're Florida. Hardaway in red, they're Georgia. Corey Black, the leader of the Pacelli program. Kendall Mills, the leader of the Hardaway program. Neither one are coaching in this game. They're not allowed to, but they can watch their teams perform.
It's really, it's good for them that they could sit back and observe and see what type of team they have this upcoming season.
A man falls down.
Oh, if he gets that,
Pookie
that's a big
steals it.
turnover.
Jaden's forward as it ripped. Randall.
Jaden's forward. You called his name a lot last season.
Number 2, Kenyon Hardy made a Pacelli member fall down. Forward. Melvin, back to Ford. Ford drives, Ford finishes with ease.
That was a good backdoor pass by Melvin. Jaden's forward driving the lane.
Hardy. 3-second violation
It's going to go the other way.
on the big man from Hardaway, number 14, Philip Reese. Bradley Pearson was the player of the game earlier today. You'll be able to see the replay of this on our YouTube channel. Subscribe there, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Guys, we're going to be live streaming. We're live streaming football games right now. We've done Glenwood, Lee Scott, Pacelli, Hardaway, Shaw, Spencer, Kendrick, Columbus, Jordan, Harris County, Calvary. We still got Brookstone coming up.
Of course.
Still going to be doing Smith Station. Still got a Russell County. And then we're going to do basketball, too. We plan on doing Auburn High School. All on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live Facebook page and YouTube channel. Baseball as well. And that's a tough layup.
Tough shot.
For number 16 from Georgia, Zaire Hodge. I really like this Hardaway team. Ford.
Good
Drives.
defense.
They're going to
They're
say
not gonna count
foul on the
basket.
floor.
It'll be a foul on the floor. So this Pacelli team, Thrift, they went 22-6 last year, 9-1 in the GIAA in their region. We saw them in person beat Lee Scott Academy in the Border Wars, 63-44.
Latham. Open is Bush. And Bush, right place, right time, lays it up and in.
It's a good shot.
Back up to 6. Three-pointer is short. Mims hustles for it. Latham's got it back into Mims' hands. Mims goes up strong and finishes. LaMel Mims. That's a grown man move from him.
Putting it down.
Melvin. Ford. Ford for 3. No good. Rebound, John Tiles. John. To Mims. Back to John. Good move by Dortch. He misses, loses it. Melvin has it, numbers. Melvin rips it clean, does Georgia. And number 6 for Georgia. Which is Makai Benton. Benton drives, almost finishes. He got up high enough. Ford's got it. Ford pulls it out. Ford decides to drive. Ford to Rowe. Rowe to back to Ford. Two-man game in the corner. Ford drives. Ford misses. Here comes John. Kyles. No, look, the nice pass and layup is good. LaMel Mims. Full up for Ford is Cash.
It was a good shot by Jaden's Ford, and he's got showing the range off. That's going to be important getting ready for this upcoming season.
John has that one missed. Mr. Kyles, 19-14. Mackay, Latham sets, fires, misses. Rebound by Dortch. And they're going to say traveling violation.
Going to be a turnover. Going to go back to Pacelli.
Latham takes it in and misses.
Be a foul on, actually be a shooting foul. To the line to shoot 2 for Florida is Trent Latham, the junior. Be playing on this Pacelli Vikings team this upcoming season. That shot is good.
Job by Latham getting on the board. Mackay's got it. Bitten drives, kicks it out to Dortch. Dortch fires. Dortch connects. Antonio Dortch. Back and forth they go here. Game number 3.
Very close contested game between both these teams. Hardaway thought they had a turnover, but it looks like it's going to be a foul on the floor. It's going to go back to Pacelli, which is Florida, and Georgia is represented by Hardaway. The basketball season is approximately 2 months away. Looks like it might have been a 3-second lane violation. It's going to go back to Georgia. And
1:52 remaining here, Richard. It's 20-17. Also, everyone's getting action as they're getting playing time to get better. So it's not playing only 5 players. You're trying to empty your bench out as much as you can. Stolen. Mackay.
Nice screen.
Pulls up. Matthew Melvin with a pull-up jump shot.
I tell you, that was set up by the screen by Logan Smith. Melvin was able to pull up on that jumper.
I like the running clock, though, because there is so many games. You got to get them in and out.
Definitely. It's Matthew Melvin. His older brother Daniel Melvin played at Columbus State, also played for the Carver Tigers.
That goes
now as a coach.
That goes to Jaquan Jordan's hands. Got some young players in there for both teams right now. Melvin pulls up again. Melvin on a dime knocks it down, showing off his handles and pull-up range. Jump shot no good, rebound.
I tell you, Melvin's got some confidence with his jumper.
Melvin comes from a long lineage of
Nice
athletes.
screen again. Oh,
That's
that
a
was movie
tough,
screen. That was a tough call.
tough movie screen from my man Logan Smith, the senior. He is not scared.
Not at all. Oh, what a steal.
And number 10, A.J. Jackson gets hacked. And that's going to be the end of the first half. He will shoot 2 free throws. While he's doing that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. You'll be able to watch this, but we're going to take a quick break. It's Thrift Barringer, Richard Holdridge on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live coverage of the CBHoops Prep and Practice Fall League. Welcome back here to the CBHoops Prep and Practice Fall League. Right now, Florida, that's Pacelli. They're leading Georgia. That's Hardaway, 25-17. And we're about to start the second half. Game number 3, and I'm with the man in charge, the guy that started this all. He's the vision that brought this idea here to Columbus. I know other people are trying to start their own leagues and stuff like that, which is awesome. I'm glad for it. But it didn't start until you brought it here. It's other than my mentor, a good friend of mine, Corey Black. Coach Black, how are you, man?
Good, man. How you doing, Thrift? Thank y'all for being here, man. This is beautiful, man. This is added value and great for the kids and great for the league. Thank y'all for being here.
Yeah, and it all started again with your vision. What was the year? 2015, 2016? What year did this start?
8 years ago, whatever year that is. I ain't very good at math.
I think that's 2015,
especially
Coach.
right now, but yeah, was 2015?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. 2015 is when it started, so it's been a blessing to do it every Sunday, Thrift.
Matthew Melvin lays it up and in there to make it 27-17. So, Coach, you brought the idea. You saw other towns were doing it, and it's only gotten bigger every year since you started it. Is this kind of what you envisioned? What was the sole purpose of the idea? Was it to get play? I know they're getting experience to play with their teammates, but it's more than that.
Yeah, you know, it's another opportunity to get 100 kids off the streets of our area. Another opportunity to get them use the basketball to get them here for that workshop, to teach them some life skills, to teach them about it's more than about basketball. What you gonna do when that ball stop bouncing? So we just use the basketball to get them here, and then we get them in that workshop to teach them something other than basketball.
Yep.
So that was the vision, to do the workshop. Then when you get to the basketball part, you get them to here where they can play, and especially most of these kids don't play football. So it's just another opportunity to get them some run.
Yep. And they do a good job in these runs, and there's Jaden's forward. He misses that. Rebound by John Kyles. And, Coach, you say no work shot, no jump shot. So let's go into that, mentality that you got. If a kid pulls out his phone, he don't play. If his phone goes off, he doesn't play. if he's doing anything other than paying attention to the speaker that you had, which today was Mike Jones, legendary player at Auburn University, played overseas, very successful, one of the best players to ever come out of this area. Why do you implement that? Why are you so tough on them about not having their phone, and why is the workshop part probably the most important thing out of all this?
Because, you know, only 1% of these kids going to go play college basketball. So you got to get them to thinking about other things besides basketball, you know. So that's why the workshop is so important. People are addicted to their phones. Kids are addicted to hell. I'm addicted to my phone. So I just want people to, especially these kids, to listen to that speaker for 30 minutes, stay focused, stay locked in, and try to get one thing out of every speaker that we bring every Sunday.
And that's one of the best things that we have here. Last week, Scoop McCullough, everything he's had to overcome, he's one of the most successful realtors we got in this area. He's also a coach at middle school at Richards, who played in the state championship, not state championship, city championship last year that I enjoyed calling. This year was Mike Jones. You've had many great guests come. You've had many players that go into the next level when they play here because the exposure, all the coaches, and one by Jaden Ford, all the coaches you have and come to this. You do the stats, you give them, give them a feel of like, hey, this is what's kind of going to be like at the next level. Us being here, doing the coverage, doing play-by-play, giving them their stats, letting them college coaches see them. Is this everything you envisioned it to become here at 8 years later?
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It has all became a reality. Thanks to you guys and coaches that allow their kids to play and parents that invest in it and that kind of stuff. So, yes, it is what I vision.
All right, and there's a tough layup by Makai Bitton. Coach, let's talk about your team this year. Last year, you lose Cam Ellis, you lose seniors on the team, Kingston Salmon. These guys were valuable members on a team that went all the way to the state championship, and I'll hold it to my grave. I know you don't care about talking about this, but it was an atrocious call at the end of that game, but that's neither here nor there. You moved on. Yeah. It's a new chapter now. What do you expect and what do you want for this year's 2024, 2023, 2023, 2024 team heading into the basketball season?
Well, we built this program at 1%. Now it's time to take that next step to go to 2%. So I feel like it's going to cost a little bit more work for everybody involved to get 2% better. If we can do that, I think we can get back to the state championship game. But it's going to take a little bit more work, going to take a little bit more grind, a little bit more sacrificing to get there. But that's my expectation, is to get better, 2% better every single day, and I think everything else will work itself out.
Coach, you texted me, and I was surprised when I saw this. The GIAA state championship game, as of now, is going to be played at Columbus State University. Talk about that, finding that information out, and being pretty cool that if you do make it to that game, it's basically right here in your backyard at a school that you know all too well in Columbus State.
Yeah, it'll be like a dream come true when you put all that together and that story ends that way. And I think
and that would be your story, wouldn't it? Where you started to now having it all full circle in there.
Full circle. I think God got his hand all over this one. We just got to do the right things on our end and do it the right way and live the right way and do the right things on the court and off the court. And I think it'll end our way this time.
I think so, too. And there's a dunk by Michael Rowe. Highlights being put on right here early in the second half. All right, Coach, last question. For those coaches, because you're a coach, I've had Kendall Mills, had Chris Brandt, Kendall Mills of Hardaway, Chris Brandt of Auburn, talking about what it means for them. It helps their program, gives them their kids something to do, gives them film to be able to coach them on. As a coach yourself, what does this fall league bring? And then as a guy, as a parent, if you want your kid to play in this fall league, what value does it bring?
Oh, man, it's great, especially for me just to sit back and watch. I don't do any coaching. I don't even try to sneak coach. I don't say anything to them. I just sit back and I evaluate, and I let them have fun. Because I get to coach them enough already. I get to coach them in less than 12 hours at 5 a.m. workouts.
Right.
And I coach them all day through school. Then I coach them after school in study hall. And I coach them again. So this is a great opportunity for them to just go out and play and not worry about Coach Black. And this time, they don't play football. They all basketball players. And they get to run. And while we're waiting on football to go out there and achieve their goal of winning the state championship, this gives us a way to stay focused with just the basketball kids and get better.
Yep. Well, Coach, your football team just beat the #1 team in the state, Stratford, the team they played in the championship last year and won. So now Pacelli's back to #1. Glenwood's #1 on the other side. We got so many great teams around the area. By the way, teaser, everyone, high school game day may be somewhere here at the Land this upcoming Friday. I'll be confirming that here in the next couple of days, but we're excited to be able to give exposure to this Pacelli team. We called them against Glenwood, but obviously they've gotten a lot better since that first game of the season. Coach Black, thank you so much, brother, and we're going to continue here our coverage of Week 3 at the CBHoops Prep and Practice Fall League. That's Corey Black, the founder and creator of CBHoops, and this Fall League he put on with his partner in crime, Bryant Thomas. It's 33-26 Richard, and both teams are putting on a show here in the second half.
They sure are. You have Georgia, Florida, also known as Hardaway and Pacelli, just going back and forth. I love the athleticism, recognizing some of these players like Makai Benton from last year's team. And then Pacelli, I mean, what can you say about what Coach Black has done with the Pacelli Vikings, making it all the way to the GIAA championship game against Stratford Academy in Macon. And they got a lot of familiar faces from last year's team as well. And they're really putting on a show for these fans.
They got some middle schoolers out there right now for Pacelli. CJ Snyder. No, little CJ. My man getting some action, class of 2027. He's a freshman. Pull up jump shot. No good. 6-point game right now. Dortch open is Mims, and he misses it. And because Mims was sitting there for so long, they called 3-second violation. He camped out there, Richard.
Absolutely. Hey, our next matchup is Kentucky versus Georgia Tech. That is Spencer, and I'm going to say majority of the team is Calvary, but you also have Shaw, Harris County, Northside, Springwood, and Glenwood on Kentucky's team. It's a mixture of 5 schools.
Layup is up and in for Antonio Dortch. Lyles.
That's going to be an exciting matchup to see these mixture of schools taking on a team that won the state championship in 2022, went to the Elite 8 last season. The Spencer Green Wave, I mean, they did lose a lot of players from their team, like Tyson McDaniels, Tony Montgomery.
But they still got talent. They got a new coach in Quintavious Allen. He's the former coach that was there when they won the state championship. He's back from 1 year at Brookstone. Shout out to our producer, Chris Gates. None of this is possible. You talk about how good it looks with the scoreboard and everything else. Again, I say it all the time, we'd be here live on our phone with some microphones if it wasn't for our guy, Chris Gates. 33-29, Lyles. Randall. Pull up is banked in this time. Straight on Kenyon Hardy, and it's a 1-point game with 10 minutes to go. Lyles drives, Lyles finishes
And one.
with a tough and one.
Great finish by Lyles.
So Lyles finishes that tough and one. If you're here, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and like us on Facebook.
And then the finale today is Louisville versus Clemson, also known as Carver.
So Carver taking on Louisville, who is
Taking on
Carver's Louisville, Clemson. We can't find Clemson
we can't, it's
on
the
our
last
roster. They're somewhere on here. Oh, Clemson is Columbus High.
Clemson is Columbus, yes.
Pull up
Carver
from
taking on Columbus.
Jordan. Hardy's got it. Blocked. Rebound Melvin. Up ahead to Lyles. Lyles loses it, gains possession. Down to Rowe. Rowe has it solid. Here comes Hardy. Hardy pulls up, misses. Rebound in the hands of Hardy. Hardy drives. Hardy gets fouled. Going to the line to shoot 2.
So going to the line to shoot 2 for Georgia is Kenyon Hardy. With the running clock, 8 minutes to go in this contest. As a reminder, we will interview the player of the game after this game is concluded, as we have 2 more games left on the evening. No good. 38-32 is your score. Oh, Pacelli going coast to coast.
Bad pass by Latham. Numbers for Hardaway. Dump down. Layup is good. I like number 16 for Hardaway, Zaire Hodge. He finishes strong. 4-point game.
I really do too. I think Hodge has got all the fundamentals that you need to get some quick offense for the Hardaway Hawks this upcoming season. And I'm telling you, Thrift, it's about 2 months away. I cannot wait for the basketball season in the Tri-City area. It is going to be absolutely incredible. I mean, you think this atmosphere is great.
And one from Jaden Ford. Young man knows how to take the contact, initiate it, and finish the and one play, the old-fashioned three-point play. And he's trying to extend the lead to 7 now with this free throw. Up and good. Jordan for 3. They're going to say it's a 2-pointer. From Jaquan Jordan. Nope, they're going to say 3. To make it 41-37. Ford drives. Ford finishes again.
To the rack.
They better cut off that baseline or he'll eat that up all day long. Nice job by Jaden Ford.
Jaden Ford says, give me that. And now he's to the line to attempt a three-point play. It's been a competitive back-and-forth game between both teams, Thrift. We'll get some substitutions for Georgia.
Dortch back in. Randall. Benton. Reese. And Hodge. Round out the 5 for Hardaway. Latham. Hardaway again in red. That's Georgia. In purple is Florida. That's Pacelli. Latham, Williams, Ford, Bush, and Melvin. Benton drives. Benton misses. Rebound Mackay, and he travels.
Turnover going the other way for Pacelli. Mackay Benton, he's not afraid to take that lane and split the defenders. It just, that shot was a little too strong. That was a turnover, and Jaden Ford.
And lays it up. Jaden Ford, he'll pickpocket you quick. Three-pointer no good. Here comes Hodge. Hodge trying to make a move on Williams. Good defense. Bad pass to Melvin. Numbers for Florida. And layup is no good, but putback is for Melvin.
Good awareness by Melvin on the putback. He's also hustling back on. Davis had a block shot by Melvin.
And now another one from Williams. Williams and Melvin. All the way is
All the
Melvin.
way,
He
yeah.
lays it up and in. Now the lead is up to 11.
Melvin is really putting on a show on both sides of the court, offense and defense. And look at this, look at the hustle, already back on defense.
Timeout, Georgia. 3:05 remaining. Great run right there from Florida and Pacelli. Coming up next is Spencer taking on Spencer.
Taking on a bunch of schools, mainly Calvary, Harris County, Shaw, Glenwood, Northside, and Springwood.
Georgia Tech taking on Kentucky. Georgia Tech is Spencer. Kentucky is Calvary, like you said, throwing a Shaw player, a Glenwood player, Springwood, a Northside, and 2 Harris County. So it's a multitude of schools for Kentucky.
And I was able to run into the new head basketball coach at Calvary Christian, Coach Jonathan Gordon. And so I know he's looking forward to this upcoming season. And he's here in attendance today just to check out his team. Well, Calvary does have 8 players on Kentucky's team. So definitely looking forward to seeing that matchup. Taking on a very tough Spencer Green Wave team that went to the Final Four last year, or the Elite Eight, and won the state championship in 2022. But a lot of those players are no longer on the team. Like you mentioned, Quantavious Allen is the Spencer head basketball coach.
He was there back in 2021 when they won state. 2022. Ford lays it up and in.
You know, I love Jaden Ford's game. He has got the hustle. He's got a nice touch, great jumper. Oh, Melvin almost blocked out, but
Jaden pulls up, banks it in this time.
Bank it in.
Up to 16. That may have been the nail in the coffin. Benton trying to do too much with it, and it dribbles off its own foot. It's going to go back to Florida. Richard will interview our player of the game coming up next. We'll also have in the next game our interview with Coach Allen and Coach Gordon. Coach Allen of Spencer, Coach Gordon of Calvary. And I think we know who our player of the game is going to be.
Look, you remember
Ford
playing that
knocks that
game?
one down.
You remember playing that game NBA Jam when you were a kid? Yeah, like that. Fire.
And look at that, almost a steal. Wanted it. Randall to Benton. Benton knocks it down.
All right, so yeah, the shot's a little cooled off, but how is Ford with it? Oh man,
Jaden
Ford's putting on a show.
Benton knocks that down. Benton's getting some points here to end the game. That goes right off the noggin of one of the
heads up there.
players.
They're okay on that bench.
Logan Smith is in the game now. These are dry shirts that they got on, guys. These are not just regular T-shirts. They're dry fit shirts. They got numbers on them. I love jersey shirts. Stolen by Hardy. Bad pass, and Hardy gets an easy layup that's missed.
Oh, Jaden Ford with some vertical, getting that rebound.
Logan Smith loves getting some screens in. Jaden Ford.
Look at those moves.
Putting on a show, but all that for nothing.
Yeah, but he did split 3 defenders. That just shows you the confidence that Jaden Ford has.
But good layup from number 9, Damon Littlejohn. Ford pulls up, misses. Rebound Hardy. Last 20 seconds of this one. Littlejohn, wild one, misses. Hardy hustles for it. Logan Smith throws it up to Ford. And
Oh,
now at this point, just let the clock run out so no one gets hurt. And that is going to do it. Leading score total. 25 for Jaden Ford. He'll come and take the interview. Leading score for Georgia is 12 with Makai Benton. And right now we're going to have Mr. Ford come and take an interview, and then we got another one coming up next.
Welcome back to the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League on Georgia Alabama Sports Live as Florida beats Georgia. Pacelli beat Hardaway. I have the player of the game. It is Jaden Ford from the Pacelli Vikings. You scored 25 points, but really you put on a show because there were some shots where it like you were on fire, and then also you went coast to coast with some great passes, great hustle on defense, and you just had a lot of energy out there. What are you looking forward to the most about this fall league?
I'm looking forward to my team, me and my team getting better. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Because season, I need everybody to be sharp, so I'm going to keep finding my team. I'm going to make sure we all sharp for the season.
Absolutely. In the competition, you got a lot of great schools here in the Tri-City area. Some schools that you might be familiar with playing in this league, but when you go into this upcoming season in the GIAA, what is the ultimate goal for the Pacelli Vikings?
The goal is to win the state. Win it all. That's the only goal.
And really, what does it mean to play here in the land? I mean, we have a lot of fans really packing this gymnasium. This is familiar to you because this is where you play your home games. But what does it mean to play in the land?
Man, it means a lot, you know. Every game feel like a home, either home or away when we play here. So it means a lot, you know.
All right, you got a couple more games left here in the fall league. What are you looking forward to the most about finishing out strong here with approximately 2 months away until the season starts?
I'm looking forward to winning fall league championship. That's what I'm looking forward
Well, there
to.
you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And congratulations, 25 points, the player of the game. Jaden Ford, the point guard for Florida, also known as the St. Anne Pacelli Vikings, which will be playing their season in about 2 months. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, and from one interview to the next. I tell you, and I got the brand new head basketball coach of the Calvary Christian Knights, head coach Jonathan Gordon. And Coach, you were on Sports Visions a couple of weeks ago. I was in studio with Thrift Barringer, and I was happy to.
So I didn't even get to get Jonathan Gordon. You got it with the
So,
you gonna take my interview?
so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hand it off to Thrift Barringer. It was great talking to you, Coach, but I'm going to let Thrift have this one. So.
I'm kidding with you, Richard.
He took your interview, man.
No, I just wanted, my man Hulk Irvin in the building right now. His son Shawdell's about to play right now. One of the coaches over at Shaw. All right, with my partner in crime,
How you doing, man?
one of my good friends.
Yes, sir.
So glad that he was able to get his opportunity. I've been waiting for your lucky break, just like everyone else that I support and been a big fan of, man. And now you're the lead man.
Right.
I can't believe I'm saying this. The lead man
Yes, sir.
of a really good program in Calvary that's had success over the last 20 years, made a couple state championship runs.
Right.
Your cousin, Kevin Williams, coached there for quite a long time. You take over for legendary Jay Sparks.
Right.
All right, first things first. Let's talk about this fall league.
Yes.
You played in it. You know what this represents. You've been coaching in it for the last several years. Why did you tell your players that they need to be in this league as a coach?
First and foremost, the people that come and speak before the games, people always have good knowledge to give these young guys. It's bigger than basketball. So the people that come and speak to them, give them an outlet and tell them things that they can learn, and also teach them that it's bigger than basketball. When the ball starts bouncing, what are you going to do? I think it's good knowledge for these young guys. And so as far as basketball goes, I got hired late, so we didn't have a summer league. And so this is the opportunity for me to kind of see what my guys can do, see how they compete, see how they respond to adversity and things of that nature. and so I can see how we need to build and what we need to improve on.
Yeah, I
So I'm
can't wait.
excited about it.
And I can't wait to see how your team is, your young team. A lot of your players also are playing football right now, so
Yes,
you
yes.
only have basketball players only that are not playing football
I got
here.
mostly freshmen out here. Mostly
Yeah.
freshmen, a couple sophomores, but mostly just but my whole team, man. Like I told you before, I think 15 out of 18 players that's returning are all either upcoming freshmen or 10th
Wow.
graders. So I got a team of 14 and 15-year-olds. Main thing with them, I just want them to compete hard. I want them to compete, learn from their mistakes, make their mistakes, but make aggressive mistakes.
Right.
And then we can get better from there. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm not expecting guys to come out and be perfect. They're not, they're not juniors and seniors. They're freshmen and sophomores, and some of them don't have a lot of varsity experience. Some talented, but they're young, and so
Yeah.
I just expect them to come out here, compete, play at a high level, and yeah, that's it, man.
Well, we can't wait to see you in this game. I know you want to get back to watching it.
Right,
but
right.
last couple questions,
Okay.
Jonathan. We talked about what the fall league meant. You talk about how your team is improving, ready to get better in this
Right.
upcoming year. What are some of the things you did this off season, though, outside of them playing in this fall league, working out, whatever it may be?
So we have a full week schedule. All of my guys are in weight training, so they weight train every day. Tuesdays, they do individual workouts.
Nice.
We do skill stuff. Wednesdays, we all go to church together, and then they play some pickup at church. Thursdays, we're back in the gym doing training sessions, individual skill work. And then on Fridays, we're playing pickup again. So these guys are getting a lot of work in. And so they're working hard, they're getting better, and they're learning from their mistakes. Like I told them, man, I just want them to compete. As long as we compete, I don't care about anything else. So,
Well, I'm excited about you, Coach Gordon. And the big man misses but gets fouled. He'll go to the line to shoot, too. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
You know, we'll be talking to you throughout the season. By the way, you talk about it. It's pretty cool. Your freshmen are going to be going against guys like Jacoby Hill.
Yeah,
we know about
yeah.
how talented he is.
Exactly.
That's only going to get you better for
It's
your
gonna make 'em
upcoming
better, man.
season.
It's
So
gonna make 'em better.
make
We're in a
sure to
gap,
be on
so
the
they know.
lookout for Calvary Christian Knights this year. My man Jonathan Gordon,
sir,
lead
yes,
at
sir.
the helm. First year as a head coach. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Jonathan.
Thank you so much, man.
And that
Appreciate
is
it.
Jonathan Gordon. And now I'm going to bring back on Richard as we're going to get ready to talk about the Kentucky who's in blue. That's got Calvary, it's got Northside, it's got Glenwood, it's got Springwood. Harris County against taking on Spencer in blue. They're Georgia Tech. And I am now got to pull up some rosters as we were doing our interview right there. I'm going to tell you right now, a guy that I've been on the lookout for is Connor Clone. And that three-pointer is good from the left-hander. Connor, the Harris County senior, watched him grow up since he was a little nugget, know his mom, Shannon. Love to see how this young man has blossomed to an elite star. Can't wait to see him play next year.
One thing I noticed about this roster for Spencer, all juniors, sophomores, and freshmen.
Yeah, so they do have some seniors, Dre Duncan, that are playing on the
football team. Gary Gaither.
But they're a young team, and I can't wait, and we'll talk with Coach Allen here in a little bit. Can't wait to interview him.
We did get a chance to see them play football on Thursday night. Gary Gaither with
Got back on the right
4
track.
touchdown passes. He's also a point guard on this team as well.
So right now out there for Kentucky, Tyler Freeman, number 20, Tyler Freeman out there, the freshman. I love Tyler. He's played in my basketball league at the Campus Academy. Watch that young man grow up. A lot of these guys I've coached when they were young. Dylan Walls, the sophomore big man from Calvary.
So Spencer last year went 25-5. They lost in the Elite 8 to Providence Christian Academy, 84-70. But Spencer with the reclassification winning a state title in 4A, going down to 2A. They were undefeated in their region. Had a great season, just came up a little short.
Freeman misses that one. So we got Freeman, Clone, Walls. Also, Cameron Phillips from Harris County. He's out there, three-pointer, no good. And number 23, Liam Hokut. So three Calvary guys and 2 Harris County are the starters right now for Kentucky. Kentucky in blue. Spencer, Georgia Tech in navy blue. So you got royal blue, That's Kentucky, navy blue, and that three-pointer is good for Connor Clone.
Connor Clone, the senior from Harris County.
Like Connor a lot. Out there for Spencer is Isaiah Rosegreen, Zyquan Bright, Kevin Brown, who has it now and finishes strong. Isaiah Brownlee also out there.
A little foul. Be on the floor. So the Calvary Christian basketball team last year finished 5-3 in the region. They lost in the second round of the playoffs. A 10-13 overall record.
They did lose their senior, Malachi Chestnut. We called his game, but they're young, as Coach Gordon talked about, and they're going to get better. They're going to call that backcourt.
I do remember that game, Thrift. We called the border war against Abbeville Christian Academy. They ended up losing that game on the campus of Glenwood, 76-47.
Here comes number 6, Grosgreen. He misses. Ball goes out of bounds, and it's going to be back to Kentucky. Cameron Phillips was in there for the rebound. Here comes Clowen. Clowen. Three-pointer up, no good. Rebound by Spencer. Here they come. Georgia Tech all the way, loses his footing. Battle for the loose ball. Body's on the ground. Stolen by Phillips. Up ahead to Connor. Bad pass. Here comes Georgia Tech. 8-4 right now. Rosegreen's got it. Rosegreen drives. Rosegreen with a left-handed almost flush. Connor to Phillips. Shaldell Irvin to come in. Timeout, Kentucky.
A lot of high schools in the Tri-City area being showcased during this fall tournament. But this team mainly consists of Calvary Christian Knights, but we also have 2 Harris County players, a player from Shawdale Irvin. Glenwood player Noah Hudler plays for Coach Purdue. And Jonathan Hinton from Springwood up in Lynette, Alabama. So just great to see all these players really showcasing their talent. Just a quick run on Harris County basketball. They were having a rebuilding season last year. Finished 6-23. They were 3-5 in the region. Lost to, they did make the playoffs though. They did lose to Decatur in the first round. As a Harris County head basketball coach is Mario Walker.
No, Walker's not there
Walker's
anymore.
not
It's
there
actually
anymore. Okay.
Coach Watson.
Coach
we
Watson.
interviewed the athletic director, Mindy Johnson. We love Harris County. They give us a lot of love. We called some of their football games this year already. Coach Watson is going to be the football coach.
It was a nice 3 up, rebounded by number 2, Samuel Bonope.
Three-pointer by Irvin is no good.
And this is exactly why, Thrift, we always say, please update your max preps.
Yes, it helps us out. It is going to help you out. Vontae Griffin drives. Nice job.
Because I think updating the head coach is the easiest part of updating your max preps. But you know the basketball team so well that you were able to know exactly who the basketball team was with the interview with Coach Mindy Johnson.
Kerry Griffin almost stole that ball.
And we might be, I would say, Thrift, that we're definitely going to be up at Harris County calling some basketball games as well.
No doubt about it. Phoenix Griffith. Over to Jacoby Knight, back to Griffith. To Shawdell Irvin, back to Knight for 3, air ball. Irvin gets the rebound. Irvin lays it up and in. Nice job by Shaudell Irvin finishing there. Malachi Fluellen right now has the ball. It's Deshaun Thomas. Thomas throws up a wild shot.
Wild shot. We're going to get a multi-sub here for Georgia Tech.
Ball stolen. Vontae Griffin's got it. Griffin, three-pointer on the way, no good. Rebound, hop step, traveling on Carey Griffin. Vontae to Carey. I don't know if they're related, but they're both the Griffins.
We also have one player from the Shaw Raiders, and that is Shaudell Irvin, who is a junior. Shaw did make the playoffs last year in basketball. However, they did lose in the first round. 11-17 last year, but 5-3 in the region. Lost to Perry in the first round of the playoffs. Very close contested game, 61-54.
Yep. Shaw's a team that is going to be competitive this year. Only one Shaw player. That's a tough, wild shot. 10-6 here, but able to get the ball back.
Good putback.
The young man, Jacoby Knight. Drive and block from
I
Irvin.
gotta say, that was good defense by Jonathan Hinton. He's the lone Springwood player. Springwood, a private school out of Lynette, Alabama. Oh, what a steal by Hinton. Oh, but he lost it again, but it's going to be out of bounds.
Hinton, competitive. Hinton didn't play at Springwood last year. He was at another school. I don't know if it was Auburn or Opelika. This year playing at Springwood.
And we also have the lone representative for the Northside Patriots, Brandon Leisure. And you remember Northside, famous Jakeith Hodo, his buzzer beater against Spencer.
We were there for that one.
In the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament. And at Thrift, I got to say, that really kickstart our broadcasting relationship, that game. It was just an incredible moment. That Northside team, they made the playoffs as well. That combo of Hodo and Malachi Hosley, it really helped Northside do very well last season. As I'm pulling up their stats. Went 17-9 last year, 5-3 in the region. Lost to Lithonia by 1 point in the first round of the playoffs. I remember that was a home playoff game, and it was a heartbreak because Northside did have a high seed. They were able to host a playoff game.
Yeah,
in the
they
first
lost
round.
to McIntosh in the region tournament.
Yeah, they were the number 2 seed.
Yep.
Exactly. McIntosh was just undefeated, 21-8. Northside was the number 2 seed.
That it was back court, but nobody called it. He had 1 foot on either. He had 2 feet. 1 foot on either side.
Well, coming up after this game, Shaw and Carver and Columbus.
Carey Griffin has it stolen by Tyler Freeman.
2 rivals in 3A.
Three-pointer is knocked down.
Well, I'll tell you, Jonathan Hinton is really starting to impress me.
Nice shot by Kentucky. They lead by 1.
Well, that was Liam Hocutt from Calgary.
Liam Hocutt. Liam
Hinton is not out there.
Good basketball player. Cut by Walls. Crossover here. Numbers for Spencer. Georgia Tech lays it up and in.
Coast to coast.
Back and forth they go. 12-11 lead now for Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech and Spencer. Kentucky is Calvary, Shaw, Northside, Harris County. Majority Calvary players, but a couple Harris County, one Shaw, one Northside, one Springwood, one Glenwood. And that three-pointer is good, and they take back the lead. Rose Green gets hammered.
And Thrift, one thing about the lone Glenwood representative, Noah Hudler, he is listed as a freshman. Probably played on the JV Glenwood team or the middle school team.
No doubt.
But he's going to be playing for Coach Purdue this upcoming season, and looking forward to seeing him in a Gator uniform as well.
Brandon Leisure, Northside's number 3. He was the one that knocked that down, number 3 for Kentucky. End of the game now is Samuel Bonapane, the senior from Calvary. Out is Freeman. Knocks both them down, and we're tied at 14. Pull up, no good. Rebound by Hokut. Hokut gets out when blocked. Spencer, sloppy with the basketball, still has it. Llewellyn. Over to Brown. Back out to Griffin, he misses. Rebound by Walls, and he's taken down by Kavon Rayborn of Spencer, which is Georgia Tech, Navy, Kentucky in blue, royal blue.
So
Leisure, the lone Northside player, over to Cologne. Connor thought about shooting it, doesn't. Over to Hokut, he'll shoot it, and he misses. Rebound by Rose Green. Rose Green likes to push it. He's gonna go all the way, and they're gonna call traveling. Great defense by Kentucky.
So just looking up stats for Jonathan Hinton for Springwood. According to Max Preps, he averaged 3.2 points a game in his junior season. He was on the varsity for just 17 games as a sophomore and is also on the baseball team.
Connor, Hokut, air melts it. Here comes Brown. Brown. And they're gonna call a charge.
That's gonna be a charge.
Good charge taken by Connor.
No doubt about that one.
Leisure looked like he dribbled off his own leg. Third Barringer here, Richard Holdridge, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Coverage of the CBHoops Prep and Practice Fall League. Been here all day, having a lot of fun.
So just looking at the leading scorers from last year's Spencer team, Tyson McDaniels, 14.8 points a game, followed by Tony Montgomery, 11.2. Cochran with 10.4. Vashon Moody with 9.6. Gary Gaither, 9.1.
They're going to call traveling on Phillips from Harris
County. Like you mentioned,
County.
a young team that Spencer has, and mostly juniors and sophomores. Led by Coach Quantavious Allen. (14-14). We got a great game here, Thrift. Very competitive.
Good defense. Stolen by Phillips. Phillips is going to collect his feet and lay it up and in.
Coast to coast, Cameron Phillips, the senior from Harris County, anticipated that steal and goes all the way to the rack. Kentucky leading by 2.
Pull up. Off the rim, no good. Pass to Rose Green. Good steal by Hinton. Hinton throws it up ahead to Phillips. Phillips collects himself. Phillips goes up strong and probably could have got it and one. And they're playing defense now. It's Kentucky. They lead by 4. Rose Green knocks it down. Isaiah Rose Green with a big-time left-handed three-point shot. 18-17. Phillips. Shaudell Irvin for three. Misses. Here comes Spencer. Numbers right through the hands of Deshaun Thomas.
It's going to go back to Kentucky.
Richard, how are you enjoying your first fall league so far, man?
It's been a blast. Just getting to know these players, just getting prepared for this upcoming basketball season in the Tri-City area. It's about 2 months away. I know that we're going to be seeing a lot of these players this upcoming season, and I'm just excited.
A good take right there by Shaudell Irvin, and so am I. This gives us like a leg up on seeing who's going to be some of the top players. We know a lot of football players are not in this right now that play both, and there's a lot of great dual sport athletes in this area. Oh, what a move. Blocked by Phillips. Here comes Hinton. Jonathan Hinton's going to drive. Jonathan Hinton's going to score.
Give it to him.
And what a move from the senior from Springwood. Taking it coast to coast and finishes.
He's
trying
really putting on a show
to get the old-fashioned three-point play with the free throw now.
And, you know, representing Springwood, it's a small private school in Lynette.
Yep, I know about Springwood. They're in the AISA.
AISA, absolutely. Their football team plays 8-man football.
Yes.
That's how small that school is.
Shaudell. Irvin gets fouled on the floor, and that's probably going to be the last play of the half. Hurry, a sub, clones in, three. Pull up, no good. And it's 22-17. We're going to interview Coach Quintavious Allen up next.
Welcome back to the land, home of the St. Apichelli Vikings. This is the CBHoops and Perfect Practice Fall League. Thrift, Barringer, Richard Holdridge for Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. We've got a matchup between Georgia Tech, also known as the Spencer Green Wave, and Kentucky, which is a mixture of Calvary, Harris County, Shaw, Northside, and Springwood. And right now it's a 22-17 game. Georgia Tech on top. And they do have the ball as this Georgia Tech team is also the Spencer Green wave as Rose Green back over to Brownlee. Top of the key, Rayburn. There's a shot, and it's no good. There's a big rebound by number 7, Dylan Walls of Calvary Christian, the sophomore. Going to be playing for Coach Gordon this year, and there's a turnover. And Georgia Tech gets it. They're going to try to run the floor. Up by 5. Top of the key. Thought about driving the lane. It's Kevin Brown. Swings it over to Rose Green. Inside, backdoor pass, and it's stolen by number 6, Jacoby Knight. Pushing it up the floor. Connor Colin from Harris County. We're going to get a whistle. Be Georgia Tech ball.
22-17, close game.
It is.
Last one was pretty close. It ended by 18. It was close majority of the game. Spencer down by 5. Rose Green. Rose Green pulls up, misses. Kevin Brown's got it. Brown drives, Brown misses. Loose ball, Wells. Just a lot of bodies colliding with each other, Richard.
It really is. I mean, this is week 2 of this fall league, and you know, these players just want to put on a show. They also want to build some chemistry with their teammates for this upcoming season, which is about 2 months away. We don't have the official schedule yet, but we got an idea of what games could be. Oh, wow.
Connor knocks that one down.
Harris County, representing the county.
The Tigers of the county. Mr. Connor, probably going to be the leading scorer for their team. I like him a lot. He's an excellent player.
And also a big shout out to Rick Beach of Kutsu Sports. I know he's going to be covering Harris County basketball as well.
There is a shot clock in this league. Freeman crosses over, has it ripped. Griffin's got it. Griffin, nice bounce pass. Good job faking. And they're going to call it either on Wells or Hokut.
Tell you, Dylan Walls with his length trying to get the block shot there. I mean, he's going to be a post present for Coach Gordon for the Calvary Knights this year. Looking forward to seeing that. We did call that Calvary Christian game against Abbeville Christian in the Border Wars. Oh, there's a nice steal and all the way.
Griffin lays it up and in. Nice job by Griffin, and it's a 4-point game now. And Kentucky's got to call a timeout. They're full court pressing here for Spencer.
They really is. With Thrift, when you have a team that's got a mixture of 5 different schools, what is the strategy when it comes to playing together? I mean, I know that mostly the team is consistent of Calvary players, but you have these other players.
Well, it's
what they want to try to accomplish.
Right, but getting better is the main thing. I mean, obviously, you know, some of these teams, they're only that certain high school. This one is a mixture of both. But when you're from Shaw, you're Shawdale, you're working on your individual game. Same thing, Shawdale Urban from Shaw, Cameron Phillips and Connor Cohen from Harris County, Jonathan Hitton of Springwood, Brandon Leisure of Northside, and Noah Hudler of Glenwood. You're working individually. Obviously, you won't play with any of these guys during the regular season. You're playing for different schools. Calvary, a little bit different, but you're working on your individual game is the main thing.
Absolutely.
And Leisure's got it. Hinton gets hacked. Since they out of bounds, going to stay with Kentucky. Coming up next, our last game of the night. We got Carver Tigers, and they are Louisville, taking on Columbus High and Clemson. Should be a good one.
we do have a lot of tidbits I like to call about Carver and Columbus when it does come to basketball. Looking forward to that final matchup tonight.
Hinton drives, Hinton finishes.
Oh, what a play.
My man Jonathan Hinton, I like him a lot.
He's got hops. Jonathan Hinton representing Springwood well.
Athletic, can finish, and not afraid to go in there with the big men.
I tell you, when we do call some Glenwood games, Springwood is in their region. We'll be able to see them.
Rose Green misses, but a cleanup job by number 10, Brownlee. Irvin, the Leisure, the Hinton. Hinton misses. No good. No good again. Brownlee has it stolen by Leisure. Here comes Leisure. Bodies collide. Leisure's going to pull up for three, and he's going to miss. Rebound by Spencer. 4-point game. I mean, a lot of contact here in this game.
It is. I love just the aggressiveness of Jonathan Hinton.
Brownlee. Brown, good take right there for number 11, Kevin Brown.
He's on fire.
Hitting that one, knocking it down, saying I can drive, I can shoot. Not much I can't do.
Well, Springwood,
the Wildcats got a good one, don't they, Richard?
They do. 13 and 15 last year. They lost to Macon East in the first round of the playoffs. They did lose to Glenwood in the region tournament.
They play in the same region as Macon East, Lee Scott, Glenwood, and Springwood. It's a tough region, AISA.
Absolutely.
All four teams could make the Final Four, and they have before. Leisure, good Euro. Finishes, and a timeout. Biggest lead of the game now for Kentucky in Royal Blue. Brandon Leisure from Northside extends it to 7. Spencer in Navy, Georgia Tech, down 32 to 25.
To the Green Bay Packers today, 25 to 24 on a field goal by Youngwei Koo, and the Falcons defense were able to stop Jordan Love from scoring. They had a minute to go. One thing I love about this team, Thrift, their identity is power run with Bajan Robinson and Tyler Algier. And they got a stout defense that can get some turnovers. And then we do have NFL games going on right now. Well, Giants and Cardinals tied at 28. 49ers leading the Rams 27 to 20.
Cowboys are showing they're going to be the best team in the NFC.
Possibly.
Oh, I forgot your team's the Rams.
Yeah, but you know what? October the 6th, we'll find out. Because they both play on Sunday night. Both might be 4-0.
Rams, that would be a pretty fantastic powerhouses in the 90s.
Absolutely.
And nothing get fired up. Richard fired up more than a 49ers Cowboys game.
Oh, it will fire me up, yes. Fire up a Cowboys fan, too, because 2 heartbreaking playoff losses the last 2 seasons.
Brown's got it, guarded by Leisure. Drive and finish. Good job by number 0, Malachi Fuellen. Full court press.
Oh,
they are going to call a foul.
I do like the hustle play from Brandon Leisure, the one Northside representative. Did lose the heartbreaker to Lithonia at home in the first round of the playoffs last year. But they're going to compete with McIntosh. I think Harris County is going to improve. And you also have Northgate. Got a tough region of basketball as well.
Rose Green.
Oh,
Cash. Isaiah and Rose Green. Makes it a 3-point game. Irvin's got it. Jacoby Knight pass is out of bounds on Irvin. Jacoby Knight. And that one's almost stolen.
So, Thrift, the one team that we have not talked about that's on Kentucky representing is your alma mater, the Glenwood Gators, state champions, led by head coach Dusty
I don't think.
Perdue.
Yeah, I don't think Noah's here today.
But we have
Oh,
not
he would have gotten
called his
playing
name.
time. Yeah, he would have gotten playing time if he did.
Playing
Yeah.
time. But an absolute exciting way to finish.
Oh, what a move right there from Malachi Llewellyn. They loses the ball out the top to Brown. Brown misses. Leisure's got it. Numbers for Kentucky. Leisure's going to drive all the way, dishes it tonight. I don't know what he was going to do with it there. Jump shot is off. Irvin saves it to Hinton. Hinton's got it.
Split the double team.
Out to Irvin. Back out to Knight. Knight's going to pull up for three, and Knight's going to knock it down. Good shot by Jacoby Knight. Make it a 5-point game. Hitting, diving to Irvin. Irvin all the way. Gets blocked by the backboard, but Leisure gets pushed in the back.
Going to the line for Kentucky is Brandon Leisure, the Northside Patriots.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League. Tomorrow we got the Glenwood football show. Coach Ryan Nelson, his big win over the defending state champion Lee Scott.
What a game.
Tuesday we got our show that we always do, the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show. We're going to try to do one tonight depending on what time we get out of here. If we don't do it tonight, we'll be there Tuesday to review what happened last Friday, preview this upcoming week, talk some college and pro, and expect to have a great guest on. We may not have, we got so much stuff going this week, we may not have a guest.
We may have to do a 2-hour show.
Yeah. Which is
nothing
okay
wrong with that.
me. Thursday, we'll probably have a game. We haven't decided our schedule this week, where we're going to be. We'll let you know. We'll drop that on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live Facebook page. Irvin travels.
And one thing about this upcoming season, Thrift, there's just a lot of sports going on. And, I mean, this is just a treat that you're getting to hear us call a basketball game in the middle of football season. But, you know, basketball's 2 months away. We're excited about it. And this is going to be a good preview of this upcoming season. And the one thing I'm looking forward to, Thrift, is really having a good broadcast for basketball and, you know, picking the high school game of the week and maybe even having, if you're up for it, a high school game day.
Malachi Llewellyn.
But I tell you one thing, Thrift, there is nothing like coming to the land and witnessing a basketball game because these fans they're loud and they support the Pacelli Vikings. And it's just an incredible atmosphere here at the land.
The land. Cameron Phillips has got it from Harris County. Kentucky driving. Gets hacked.
It's going to be 2 foul shots coming up for number 8, Cameron Phillips from Harris County. Harris County did make the playoffs last year, but they were a little rebuilding year. Hopefully they can improve on that this season. Shot is no good. Oh, but the offensive rebound. 3-point shot is up, no good. Rebounded by Georgia Tech. They're going to try to push the floor. Down by 3. Wide open shot. And that is good, and we are tied. Kerry Griffin. Well, knotted up at 35.
Oh, I got some action over here trying to get the basketball. Trying to get the basketball. 35-35 here. all knotted up. Got a good one. Freeman gets hit hard by Malachi Fluellen. Cameron Phillips. Here's Samuel Bonaparte.
Driving the lane.
And miss is no good from number 23, Liam Hocutt. Sam looking to Phillips. Phillips drives. Phillips finishes, but he's going to call a travel before.
Turnover, it's going to go back to Georgia Tech.
That was, me and Brian Evans were just talking. I don't know if I would have blown that, called that a travel.
Oh, nice crossover.
Rose Green air mails it.
One thing about a fall league like this, it really builds up the confidence in these players. They're able to see what their game and their skills are. They can work on their game, preparing for the season, because we're, about a month away from training camp?
Can't wait for Stephanie Ramsey. By the way, there is another fall league for girls.
For the girls, exactly.
Put on by Porter Sports. I think it's over at Hardaway. So a lot of basketball going on Sunday here during
We've had some incredible girls basketball teams as well. Carver, led by Coach Anson Hunley. The Hardaway girls, led by Coach Kelly Ellison. The Harris County girls, they went 19-10 last year. Hope I get this
Thomas
name right.
gets fouled.
Led by head coach Stephanie Ramsey. Is that? That's
You can't be.
to Max
You got to
Preps.
be kidding me right now.
Max Preps needs to update their.
Are you kidding me, Richard? That's one of the worst things you've ever done.
Okay, so basically Max Preps needs to update everything.
Richard, I am just messing with you, man. Her name is Stephanie Ramsey Dunn. She just got married, by the way.
All right.
So we still call her Coach Ramsey Dunn. Stephanie's got a great program over there. Made it to a Final Four. Richard's about to have his heart drop because Max Preps. By the way, Max Preps. It ain't Max Preps' fault. It's the coach's fault. So coaches out there, all we ask, please update your stuff because it makes up for a better broadcast, and we're giving your exposure to your kids.
Of course.
37-35, Spencer got the first lead of the game, hitting, finding an open Walls. Underneath the basket, he lays it up and in. 37-37 with 5 minutes to go.
I tell you, I like this game from Dylan Walls. Going to play for Coach Gore and for Calvary
Griffin
Christian.
air mails it. It's not Griffin, it's Zaquan Bright. Griffin is number 9. Bright with the air mail.
Oh, there's a steal. And
He tried to get rid of it. He had nowhere to go with it. It would have been a tough try to save it. Nobody was near him.
But I think they're making the effort to make sure it doesn't hit the scorer's table or where we are. So they're really going the extra mile to make sure that it doesn't. So we appreciate that, by the way.
37-37.
Shawdell Irvin, the Shaw Raider.
Yep.
Going to inbounds it.
Sister Jade, also a member of the Shaw
open.
team. And there's Irvin, and he misses. Wells tried to save it as the ball go out of bounds. Carver, Clemson in light blue. Sky blue. Carver taking on Louisville, which is Columbus High.
And both are region opponents in 3A. You remember last year, Carver had an upset in the region tournament, and they were able to get awarded the 4th seed in the playoffs. They're in a little bit tougher region than the others because they have 6 teams, and only 4 get to make the playoffs. You got teams like Monroe, Doherty, Crisp County, Thomasville. Yeah, but we'll get ready for that the Louisville-Clemson matchup, which is also Carver and Columbus. A lot of history between those two schools.
One more game to go. Been a long but fun day here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
Trying to get confirmation, Thrift, but the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament, I believe, is December 18th through the 20th.
Yes.
That Wednesday is going to be at Columbus State. They play on their home courts on the 18th and 19th. Well, actually, each school will host a couple of games. Like, they'll have, like, games at Shaw and then games at Hardaway. Those Monday and Tuesday games. And then all-day basketball on Wednesday, December 20th. And that is how it all started.
Yep, that's where we started live streaming a lot. Also, the George Williams Thanksgiving Classic. I don't know if that's going on this year. Going to be talking to George. Rose Green lays it up and in, and Spencer goes up by 2 again.
Yeah, we talked about this Carver Tigers team, went 6-20 last year. They only won 1 region game, but had a huge upset, beating Thomasville in the region tournament. And that gave them the number 4 seed. .2:19 left to go. Driving the lane and a foul. Going to the line for Georgia Tech is Zaquan Bright, the junior. First foul shot is good. And second foul shot, no good, but it's rebounded by Georgia Tech, and we're going to get a jump ball.
That's definitely a foul.
Is a foul? Okay.
Yeah.
Not a jump ball.
Won't be a jump ball. He didn't even have ball. He had all Spencer play right there. Does Walls. Walls comes out, coming in is Connor. Well, there's
all the way to the top. Oh, and the bank shot. Terry Griffin.
good job by Griffin scoring right there.
And now it's a 6-point lead for Georgia Tech. It looks like they've come on with a big run here to take the lead.
And Irvin, Rosegreen misses. Rosegreen gets his own rebound, and now they're up by 8. And it looks like Spencer's going to put this one away. Spencer, Georgia Tech, Shaudell. Stolen by Isaiah. Isaiah Rosegreen finishes with an and one. And there's a nail in the coffin, Richard.
Absolutely. This Georgia Tech team, also known as the Spencer Green Wave, still a young team. They have on this roster nothing but juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. We expect great things for them as they went to the Elite Eight last year, won the state title in 4A 2 years ago. And I'm just excited to see what they could do in their region. You know, they went undefeated in their region last year.
Hinton's got it. Up ahead to Leisure. Leisure all the way. Leisure lays it in.
Brandon Leisure, give him 2 points. It's just a nice finger roll. The Northside Patriot.
Up ahead, and there it is, another score.
But I like the hustle from both teams. They are hustling on defense. They're fighting for loose balls. They're really trying to put on a showcase. I mean, yes, they want to get the win, but they also want to showcase their skills. A lot of coaches in the stands watching. Try to get a sneak preview of this upcoming high school basketball season.
Hinton's going to shoot a three. And by the way, the Braves got swept by the Marlins this weekend.
What is going on? Well, they've already clinched.
Yeah, they've already clinched this.
But, hey, home field advantage is still in play, though.
Braves got beat 16-2. Layup is no good.
That probably had to have been a game where, hey, we're going to rest our starters for the postseason.
Braves are still up 3 games on the Orioles.
49ers are about to go 2-0. Still a minute left to go, but they're up 30-20 on the Rams.
Kiner clone to Hinton throws up a wild one and gets fouled.
That was a good finger roll by Hinton, and he's going to get the foul. We got Louisville and Clemson next. That is Carver and Columbus.
Can't wait to call that one. Last game of today's week 2. CBHoops Purple Practice Fall League. Hinton makes a second.
Second one's good.
29-22. Up ahead. All the way. Miss. 3-pointer for Griffin is no good. There, I tell you what, Georgia Tech just wanted it more down the stretch. Rayborn scores. Hinton's going to shoot it again and airmail that one. And that's going to do it. Spencer wins this one. Georgia Tech 51-42. Richard, you'll be interviewing the player of the game, and then we're going to have Coach Quintavious Allen from Spencer. And I'll let you just do that one too as well when we start our next game.
Welcome back here to the land. Georgia Alabama Sports Live, as I am here with the player of the game, as Georgia Tech, otherwise known as the Spencer Green Wave, defeated Kentucky in really a close game, but Isaiah Rosecrans had 15 points. How are you feeling? And what are you really looking forward to most about this fall league?
Get better. Get better, always better. Every single game. Get better, develop on my game. Just get better. That's it.
Absolutely. Had some tough competition. The Spencer Green Wave coming into this season. Coach Allen here just looking at his play. Although he can't coach the team, he's in the stands rooting for you on and looking at what to expect. But one thing about your team is you have a lot of players that have gone on and left from that state championship team in 2022. The team went to the Elite 8 last year. What are the expectations for this upcoming season for the Spencer Green Wave?
If we keep on working, we can get far. Just not give up. Keep playing defense, playing offense. Just don't give up and get better, develop.
Absolutely. I noticed on the roster for this fall league, you have a lot of juniors and sophomores, but you do have some leaders that are on the football team right now, including Gary Gaither, the quarterback, a tremendous point guard from last year's team. I know that he's going to be on the team, as well as Dre Duncan. When you get ready for this upcoming basketball season, how do the players from the football team, once that season's over, how do they get incorporated with the team once the season starts? Oh, I know, but I'm just, because the season's going to start, the football season might still be going on. So we have to make sure that the team is ready to go. But your team is really just 2 months away. You got training camp coming up in about a month, and then in 2 months, so what are you looking forward to coming up?
Just do the best we can until they come play with us.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough in the beginning, but we'll be good.
Absolutely. My final question to you, what does it mean to play for Coach Allen?
I love playing with Coach Allen. He's a great coach. He teaches me stuff that I didn't even know. I just love playing with Coach Allen.
Absolutely. Well, good luck the rest of this fall league. I know there's a lot of tough competition. You had a great game. Congratulations. Player of the game, 15 points tonight, Isaiah Rose-Green. Thank you so much for being a guest here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Looking forward to a great season as well. All right, we are moments away from the final game here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We have Louisville, we have Clemson, otherwise known as the Carver Tigers, and the Columbus Blue Devils. Carver, they had a tough regular season last year. They only won one region game, but they had the upset of all upsets in the region tournament, defeating Thomasville, and they were able to get a 4th seed in the playoffs. And then Columbus, 13-13, they missed out on the playoffs. All right, I am here with...
I didn't mean to kick my man off the set, man, but I felt like I had to do this interview. I am here with one of the coaches at Carver. He won a state championship at Spencer, one of the best trainers, one of the best guys around this area. It's Coach Allen, a.k.a. Pembroke. How are you doing, man? How's the offseason going for you?
Man, I'm doing well, man. Offseason going pretty good so far.
All right,
we got a lot of young guys.
A lot of young guys. And you know what? I saw your post last year, and when we talked, you had a young team. I remember doing your game in the Muskogee County Christmas tournament. And then you started winning some games toward the end of the year, building that confidence.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your team now in year 2 at Carver?
I feel real good. Right now, we just hitting the weight room. We getting stronger. We getting mentally stronger. We've been playing in like 2 or 3 fall leagues in Noonan and LaGrange, and we look pretty good, man. Like, it's going to be a way better year. Long as we stay mentally tough, I think we're going to be fine.
I think you will be fine. You also don't have Jacoby Caslin out here. You have some players that play football. They can't play basketball right now. You got an elite team, excited about what this is going to be this upcoming year. But I want to ask you, Coach, as a guy that has been in the game for a long time, what do fall leagues like this represent for you as a coach? How valuable is it for your guys to get playing time before the season starts?
Fall league is very valuable because we're not actually coaching.
Right.
Somebody else get to coach them. So in my mind, they coaching themselves because they're still running our system.
Right.
The coach who coaching them for us, he just subbing them in and out.
Right.
So with our guys, we try to get them to continue to run our system and coach themselves. But it's very valuable, man. Like, this the best thing that done happened to all these kids, not only our group, but all these kids.
Exactly. And then having the workshop, giving people like Mike Jones, you know about him, a legendary player around this area. All right, Coach, you talk about you playing in different fall leagues right now. Anything else going on for the off season for those that are not playing football? What are they doing? Are you working out? What is it? What's a typical day?
We run cross country.
Wow.
Yeah, Coach White, he's actually the cross country coach. We run cross country. We'll work out first in the weight room, run cross country, come and do our agilities. Then we'll go in the gym and do our 4-on-1. So we're having a really good off season, man. I'm excited about this group. And be looking out for us. I think we're going to be in the Final Four this year.
I'm looking out for anywhere you're coaching, Coach Allen. I don't care if it's the smallest school or freaking Carver. You're always going to win wherever you go. Thank you so much for doing this interview, man. That is Coach Eric Allen, a.k.a. Pembroke, and look forward for his Carver Tigers to compete this year.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
Coach.
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, well, then I stand corrected. Jacoby Caslin is here along with – he ain't playing. He's just hanging out. That was Eric Allen. We'll talk with someone from Columbus High here. Jacoby Caslin is in the building right now for the Carver Tigers. He's not playing. Looking for the game ball. All right, Richard, give us some updates on what happened with Columbus High last year with head coach Mr. Ivy.
Well, Columbus went 13-13 last year. They were 4-6 in the region. They missed out on the playoffs. They lost to Crisp County in the region tournament. It was Carver that had the upset of all upsets in the region tournament, beating Thomasville and earning the 4th seed in the playoffs. They went 6-20 last year.
But they were a young team, and that young team's getting older.
Exactly.
And they expect to be competitive this year. Columbus High, they're a young team too, and I expect them to do some great things. Excited about them.
And this was a team that won the state championship in 2019.
So right now, out there, as I update, so Clemson, they're in black. That's Columbus High. Taking on sky blue Carver. They are Louisville.
One player out there for the Carver Tigers is number 3, Tony Montgomery.
And he shot that one and misses. Also, Brian Brown is out there. Pass is wild. Solon. Champ Simpson. And Montgomery with a dunk.
Montgomery.
Brian Brown, Montgomery, Champ Simpson all out there starting. Champ Simpson, the sophomore.
Oh,
that was Sol and out of the air. Tobias Tolbert. Three-pointer is good from Cody Truesdell, and there's your 5
He's a
for
freshman.
Louisville.
We got 2 juniors, 5 sophomores, and 4 freshmen on this Carver team.
Dre Wooten misses that one. Wooten drives, Wooten misses. Tolbert tries to get the rebound, doesn't.
So last year, Carver lost to Columbus at home 63-54. And they lost to them at Columbus 56-48. However, Carver made the playoffs last year because of a 64-59 upset against Thomasville.
And I'm looking at everything with Louisville. And by the way, Columbus was close to making the playoffs.
Absolutely. They went 13-13. But they did lose to Crisp County in overtime in the region tournament.
And I think that they're going to be pretty good this year. Carver doesn't have many seniors on their team. So if they don't, which I think they're going to be really good this year, they're going to be even better next year.
Yeah, looking at the regular season's standings, Columbus was in a 3-way tie with Thomasville and Crisp County. It was Carver that was able to get the upset. So they stole one of the slots. Doherty and Monroe were the number 1 and number 2 seeds. And
Wooten drives, nice pass, and going to the line is Oakley Kantz, the senior from Columbus. By the way, Richard's Tennessee Volunteers got smacked last night.
Now, to be fair, I did go to school in Tennessee. Rooted for them in the early 2000s, but I'm actually a Georgia fan, but thank you. No, I want to see the Tennessee Volunteers do good. I called it. I knew Florida was going to beat them.
You said you were a Stanford fan for the longest
Well,
time.
Stanford got upset by Sacramento State.
Their former coach.
The former coach.
Former coach of Sacramento State, now the coach of Stanford, loses to his
Unbelievable.
old school. That program, ever since Christian McCaffrey graduated, has gone downhill, and they used to be one of the most fundamental, well-coached programs from about 2009 to 2017. Stanford's one of the top 10 programs in the country.
Absolutely. And
And
they've been a train wreck ever since.
Yes.
They have been non-competitive, losing to FCS schools.
And that three-pointer is knocked down from Champ Simpson. Carver's won a state championship when Coach Beulah was there back in 2019. Montgomery, and one.
Give it to him.
Tony Montgomery scoring, the former Spencer Greenwave, transferred to Carver last year.
He does have some state championship experience with the Spencer Green Wave. Also plays on the Carver football team. On defense, he was actually Spencer's running back last season.
He plays DB now for Spencer.
Now plays DB.
Does play on the football team. Kontz was trying to dunk it way over his head. 11-0 here.
Intended for Oakley Kontz. So you mentioned Columbus basketball, Thrift. They do have one of the greatest basketball players to ever come out of the Fountain City, and that is Sam Mitchell. Mark Upshaw is the other.
Mark Upshaw.
Just amazing.
Just got confirmation from my man Corey Blatt that next week Central plays Carver. So that's going to be a good one. Montgomery versus Hill.
Nice.
Can't wait for that. Auburn, a really good team. They're going to play one of these two teams. I mean, there's a lot of great talent. Auburn High School, Central High School, Harris County, Shaw, Carver, Pacelli, Glenwood, Russell County, Kendrick, Columbus High, Hardaway, Spencer. Great. 10 teams in this league.
But my big thing is if Central's playing Carver, we also get the girls matchup for that as well. Because look out. You got Jabria Lindsay.
We're talking about in the fall league this year.
In the fall league.
Yeah, so Central and Carver play each other in the fall league next week. Central, who is
I got excited about the basketball.
I mean, they could be playing. We don't know the schedule, but Central, who won earlier today pretty handily, about 50. They were North Carolina, and they're going to take on this Louisville team that's in light blue. That's Carver.
And like we mentioned, their partial upcoming basketball schedule on Max Preps is not official.
That
Columbus
shot is
playing
good.
Hardaway on November the 17th.
Savon Kelly knocks that down. Montgomery.
Nice screen.
Bad pass, stolen. Hustle for the loose ball.
You gotta love the effort. Diving for loose balls.
Wooten. Kontz. Finish and one. From number 30, Savon Kelly. And now Columbus High is showing some life. Columbus High, Clemson. Carver, Louisville. Please like our Facebook page. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We cover all sports, college, high school, and pro around the area. So our final game of the day. Next week, Central, Jacoby Hill takes on this Carver team, and Tony Montgomery. You're going to want to buckle up for that one. Montgomery misses that. Rebound by Clemson.
Coast to coast. It's a nice pass by Montgomery.
What was the final score?
11-5 is the score here in the first half.
Who what?
As Louisville leading Clemson 11-5. Louisville is Carver High School and Clemson is Columbus. Both region rivals in 3A. As the high school basketball season is approximately 2 months away. Excited about that. Oh, with a reverse layup.
And Columbus, Clemson right back in it, down by 4. Turnover, loose ball.
Jump ball.
And now it's going to get back to Carver.
I tell you, that was a nice reverse layup by Noah Coleman, the senior for the Columbus Blue Devils. This is the final game of the evening for the CBHoops perfect practice fall league. It truly has been a pleasure, Thrift.
Enjoyed calling it for sure.
Nice screen and a good pass.
And they're going to say on the floor. Yep.
Foul on the floor. Remember, this is a running clock.
Ace Thomas is in now for Carver. Montgomery. Another foul. A lot of fouls being called here. 11-7, 10 minutes remaining in the first half. Montgomery, nice pass to Thomas, outside. Pull up is no good, rebound by the big man from Columbus, Kant. Truesdale missed that shot. Kant turns around, tries to bank in. Montgomery's got it, numbers for Carver. And he had an open man on the other side, but silly pass, Solon. Thomas gets it, ball on the floor, bodies on the floor, jump ball. The air is going to be awarded to
looking at the unofficial basketball schedule, Thrift. Carver's playing Harris County on December the 5th.
Solon all the way, lays it up and in. He looked like he was trying to get his feet ready for a dunk. Number 34, Brian Brown. Montgomery back in. Out is the big man, Tolbert.
So Thrift, 2019 was a special year for the Carver Tigers and Lady Tigers. Both teams won state championships. Carver went 26-5 that year, 15-1 in the region. Went on to defeat Sumter County in the state championship, 58-55.
Close one, remember that. They're a really good team back in 2019.
Absolutely.
And that was one of Coach Beulah's last teams. Warren Beulah, legendary player, played under legendary Carver coach, who has a gym named after Richard Mahone. That jump shot is good. Stolen by Wooten. Up ahead, numbers, and he travels.
Tony Montgomery with the block, but they're going to call a foul.
No, they're going to call travel.
No, he traveled. All right. Looked like it was all ball, but the good hustle by Tony Montgomery, get over there.
Wooten
nice
gets
steal.
ahead, good steal. Wooten gets fouled, and he's going to go to the line to shoot two.
That's one thing about these teams, that they are hustling on every play. They're not quitting. They're going all the way to the rack, and you get fouls that are close blocks. I mean, it's going to be foul shots coming up for Dre Wooten. Wooten, the senior. And that first shot is no good. These two region rivals will face each other in the regular season, both in 3A.
Yep, traveling violation on Brian Brown. It's going to go right back to Columbus, who's kept it close. To be honest, this would be a huge upset if Clemson which is Columbus High School in black, upset the team in blue.
And Thrift, we had a privilege of seeing both these teams in the Muskogee County Christmas tournament last year. Columbus took on Shaw in the 5th place game, and Carver taking on Hardaway in the 3rd place game.
And they beat him. Hardaway beat Carver.
Hardaway did beat Carver, yes. Boy, that really was a fun day.
All the way, and it's up and good. Stolen right into the hands of Truesdale, who Cody Truesdale scores on that one. 17-9, Wooten's got it.
Got the full court press.
Thomas trying to pressure him. He drives, lays it up and in, and they're gonna call a foul. Noah Coleman on the bucket.
Tony Montgomery for Carver checking back into the game.
Thrift Barringer, Richard Holdridge here. Three-pointer is up, no good. Into Thomas's hands. Ace Thomas throws it up. Montgomery almost gets hurt.
Good hustle by both players.
Drive, nice pass.
Yeah, it is.
And good job finishing is number 15, Jaron McKenzie. Wooten with the push-off and the offensive foul.
And that fires up the crowd, another turnover. So we do have a running clock. This is the final game of the evening in the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
Tolbert comes in, Ace Thomas out. 8-point ball game right now. Louisville, that's in the sky blue, taking on Clemson, that's in black.
Oh, nice
Stolen
turnover.
all the way, and a nice block. What a block by Tony Montgomery. Pass out, three-pointer on the way, airballed, but there to clean it up is Champ Simpson. Now it's a double-digit game. Tough drive, misses, rebound Tolbert, up ahead. Here goes Montgomery. Montgomery drives, and they're gonna say offensive foul on Tony Montgomery.
It was, he did push off a little bit. He was trying to get some space for the fadeaway jumper. A little off, and it'll be a turnover going the other way for Columbus. Columbus 13-13 last year. Carver went 6-20, but they were able to make the playoffs after a huge upset win in the region tournament over Thomasville. Awarded them the number 4 seed.
Wooten, miscommunication.
I mean, Thrift, when you have a season like Carver did and you make the playoffs after having a regular season,
That's what I'm saying. They upset some people, and they made a lot of confidence, as Coach Allen said when we interviewed him.
Exactly, and this is a young team. They were ahead of schedule last year, and they made the playoffs. We expect to see much improvement from this Carver team this year, especially with the young team, and also an addition of Tony Montgomery coming over from a Spencer team that won the state championship.
Yep. Rawson losing it, stolen by Wooten. We're going to have another Montgomery block. He made him second guess. He misses the reverse. Here comes Thomas, a minute 20 remaining. Simpson, pump fake. Simpson, drive. Simpson. And they're going to call a foul on Champ Simpson.
About a minute left to go until the first half is over. Is Louisville and Clemson. Carver versus Columbus.
Now we're 1-of-1 now.
The Washington Commanders just beat the Denver Broncos 35-33. I did not see that coming. I thought Denver was going to bounce back and get the win. You know, the Sean Payton, Russell Wilson combo, I thought it was going to work, but now they're 0-2.
Yeah, I don't see. Russell Wilson did have 309 yards passing. But they went for two. They scored to try to tie it. They were down by 8, 35-27, and they couldn't get a two-point conversion. Time had expired.
Unbelievable. Yeah, this game is definitely weird.
Buccaneers beat the Bears 27-17. Baker Mayfield, 317 yards. We got two 2-0 teams, Tampa Bay and Atlanta.
Who would have thought? And then the Saints play the Panthers on Monday night, as well as the Browns and the Steelers.
Tonight, Sunday Night Football. Oh, no, that's the doubleheader.
Yeah, that's Monday Night Football doubleheader. Tonight you have the Dolphins and the Patriots.
That's going to be a good one. Tua's on the Patriots. First free throw is up and good for Montgomery.
You got Tua versus Mac Jones. Alabama fans always love that.
Yesterday, some good football happened. Alabama struggled for a 17-3 win. Georgia down 14-3 at halftime, scored 21 answers in the second half to win by 10 over South Carolina.
I'll tell you, there were some Georgia fans that were panicking.
Florida with the biggest statement win of the day, taking care of business, pretty much manhandling Tennessee 29-16. Montgomery all the way and gets fouled.
He was like, I wanted to go for the jam.
Montgomery definitely wanted to dunk that.
Just he slipped out of his hands. I really like the game of Tony Montgomery for Carver. I mean, he's got all the skills and definitely that experience of winning a state championship with Spencer is really going to help coming over to the Carver Tigers this year.
Knocks them both down. Down by 14. Thomas has got it. Thomas dials on the floor. Wooten and him are fighting for it. Jump ball, or is he going to call a foul? They're going to call a foul on Dre Wooten. That's going to be another 1-of-1.
Well, with 12.3 seconds left to go, probably got time for one more play before the halftime.
Montgomery, 10 seconds, holding it for the last shot. Montgomery drives and finishes almost an and one.
He wanted that one. That was very close. But he has the aggression of driving the basket. It's just incredible.
So Montgomery's going to shoot 2 free throws here.
Yeah, that was a foul. He'll be on the line, and
while he's doing that, we're going to take a break, and we got one more half to go here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
Welcome back to the land here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We are at halftime as the final game here for the CBHoops Practice Perfect Fall League. I'm here with the Spencer head basketball coach, Coach Quantavious Allen. Coach, what has impressed you so far from your team here in this fall league?
The biggest thing, they're just trying to get better. They're a very inexperienced group. We have a lot of junior varsity guys actually playing in the fall league. I think right now we only have about 4 varsity players that's actually playing, but none of them right now have any experience, so it's just good to see them actually get the experience, the floor time, and just the opportunity to try to get better. But I am impressed with how quick they're catching on to everything and learning basketball IQ improving.
Coach, you're 2 years removed from winning the state championship in 2022. Last year, the team finished 25-5, went to the Elite Eight. I know that the expectations for Spencer basketball is to make a deep run in the state playoffs, but looking at the team you have this year, and then you also have to factor in some of the football players that will be joining the team once their season is over. What are the expectations for the Spencer Greenway basketball team this upcoming season?
Man, the biggest expectation for us is just always be a great young man. I mean, winning is always a plus. We have some tremendous athletes coming off the football field. Right now we're missing about 9 guys that actually play football, so they're going to be a big help. I think overall this year, just watching them play this summer, the team chemistry is amazing right now, and I think that's going to really benefit us when going into regular season.
Coach, you went undefeated in the region last year, but looking at, you got Kendrick that went 8-6, Southwest, Central, Northeast. You got some teams that could improve and try to take that region title away from you. But you're looking at the region and seeing all the teams, because you're in a region where you've got 8 teams and only 4 make the playoffs. Is the ultimate goal to win the region again and make, once you have that #1 seed, you're guaranteed 2 home playoff games.
Yes.
Looking at the upcoming region, what are the teams looking like, and have you scouted any of the teams?
Oh, yes. I'm always scouting. Constantly watching film from last year, seeing which players have transferred in, which upcoming freshmen they have coming in. I watched a couple of the teams play this summer. It is a very competitive region. Of course, we would love to win region because it benefits us a little bit trying to go into state playoffs. But at the end of the day, the goal is try to win the state championship and help these young men become better young men and get into college. But like I said, there are some very talented teams. I know right now, Southwest Macon, they have 3 Division I guards on roster right now, so we know that they're going to be very competitive. Northeast is still going to be very competitive. Pretty much all of the Macon schools, and I mean, we would never underestimate Kendrick and Jordan, who also have a couple good athletes as well. So it's going to be a very competitive region, and we're going to have to grind.
All right, Coach, good luck this upcoming season, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule just to have a quick interview with me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this fall league. And
I'm loving it. Thank you so much.
All right, that is the head basketball coach of the Spencer Greenway, head coach Quantavious Allen, as we are back underway here in the second half. As you got Louisville taking on Clemson, Columbus and Carver. That's going to be another turnover as we are just underway. Go and like the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Thrift Barringer, Richard Holdridge, as Tony Montgomery, and a turnover. And go, and that looks like a partial block, but it's going to be a foul hitting the floor for Columbus. And let's hope he is okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a break here. You're watching the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League on Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to Georgia Alabama Sports Live as I'm here with the Columbus assistant head basketball coach, Coach Greg Wooten. Coach, looking at your team so far, the Columbus Blue Devils here in the Fall League, what are you looking forward to about this Fall League and watching your players?
So we're just trying to come out and play team basketball, trying to establish our bigs. We hope to be one of the bigger teams in the area, so we're going to establish our height and our bigs. And then we have a senior-laden team. They're not all here because we got a couple of people playing football, but we just want to get build some chemistry through the Fall League. Hopefully it carries on into our regular season.
And this matchup, familiar foe, you're taking on a region opponent in the Carver Tigers. Columbus defeated Carver twice last year. Columbus did fall to Crisp County in overtime in the region tournament. 13-13 last year, but you failed to make the playoffs. I know this is a tough region, especially with Doherty and Monroe, Crisp County. Carver is going to continue to improve because they had a huge upset against Thomasville. What is the expectations, though, for the Columbus Blue Devil basketball team coming up for this upcoming season?
So every year we expect to go to the playoffs and make our presence known in the playoffs. We were an overtime game away from making that realization last year, and we expect to move further along than we did last year. Build upon what we did last year and just become a better team overall.
And looking down the roster, you do have a mixture of some young players, but you also have some senior leaders like Oakley Cons and Noah Coleman. I mean, looking at this team, who has really stood out seeing these players participate in this Fall League, and really, when you're looking at this team, like what do you expect when you have training camp coming up in a month?
Again, we want to focus on our dominance in the inside with our bigs and our heavy guard play and our senior laden team. So just team chemistry all together. That's our focus. We don't have one dominant player. We have a group of excellent team players. And as long as we play team basketball, I think we're going to be a hard out.
Coach, I hope you enjoy the rest of the Fall League watching your team, and good luck this upcoming season for Columbus Blue Devil basketball.
Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the interview.
All right. Right now, Carver, Columbus, 26-14 is the score as Thrift Barringer back on the call.
So you've been hearing a lot of Richard. I've been letting you get a lot of shine with interviews. I do a lot of interviews all the time, Richard. I
appreciate that, Thrift. You know, it only helps me get better as a person that interviews people all the time and just asking the questions and making sure that it's a good broadcast with a good interview.
Well, you're doing a great job, and it's been a lot of fun today here at the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
It really has.
Last game of the day is 26-14, a lot closer than we thought it was going to be. I love the competitive nature from this young Columbus High team. Carver, obviously, and Columbus High is in black. They're Clemson. Carver and Sky Blue, they are Louisville. Next week, this Carver team, Louisville, takes on North Carolina, which is Central. They're in gray. And that goes right over the head of my man, J.J. Johnson. J.J. last year played for Richards. If you remember Richard, they played in the championship game.
Yes, against
Aaron Cone. And he was one of the big men. He's a really good player at Columbus High.
I tell you, I've rewatched that game. That has to be the most exciting basketball game I've ever seen.
And that's another thing, thankfully, that even though our Facebook page, this is our new Facebook page. We had an old one that had all our content on it, was deleted. Good ball movement, three-point on the way, it's good. Now they're up by 15.
Bring it up.
But when I broadcasted that game, it was on my Facebook page, Thrift Barringer, so we'll reshare it again on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, especially as we get closer to basketball season. Some of the other great games, Spencer Northside, Brookstone's game winner in the not the quarterfinals, in the Sweet 16. Montgomery's got it. Montgomery, three-pointer out for number 15, and McKenzie, no good. Johnson's got the rebound. Back over to Wooten. Through the hands of Johnson. Here comes McKenzie. Numbers for Carver. McKenzie all the way, no good. Thomas is there. He can't put the put back. Brian Brown misses two. 3 point-blank layups missed by Carver. That's going to get Coach Allen upset. Wooten, block.
What a block. Tobias Tolbert.
Thomas, open, 3. It's airmailed.
I'll tell you what, Thrift, it's going to be exciting to see both these teams play in region play.
It is, and I can't wait for next week.
Columbus did go
10:51 remaining, 29-15.
I'll tell you, Columbus did go 13-13 last year. Carver went 6-20, but Carver, they were able to make the playoffs after upsetting Thomasville, getting the number 4 seed. I mean, that's got to give confidence for a young team coming in here.
By the way, we'll be also on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, I've forgotten to mention, Wednesday, I have an interview with Coach Jay Sparks, the new athletic director at Columbus State. He was the former athletic director. He started the girls program over there, legendary coach, Chattahoochee Valley Hall of Famer, coach at Calvary last year. He's back at the AD role, and we're going to talk about all Columbus State athletics. Looking forward to talking with Coach Jay. Richard, you'll be there with me as we do our interview like we do on our Facebook Live. And then we'll upload it immediately after to YouTube. We got, and because it's so late tonight, we will not probably do our preview show like we normally do. We're going to have a 2-hour show on Tuesday.
I like it.
We probably won't have any guests. We've had DJ Jones and Dave Platter on recently. If we do have a guest, we're probably going to we'll throw in Hoppy in there while we review the games. So we'll try to get Jonathan Hoppy on from WTVM. After we do that, guess what? We're going to talk all things college football and NFL right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We're going to review last week in high school football. Carver lost to Brookwood on the last minute. That's back-to-back losses for Carver. Good block by Tolbert. That's going to be jump ball back to Louisville.
But I do think Carver's going to be fine once they get into region play. You know, playing teams like Crisp County, Thomasville, they still have a tough region.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how, everything's going to go football-wise. Basketball is going to be here before you know it. You can see all coverage of all your favorite high schools around this area in Alabama and Georgia on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Wooten has a ball almost stolen. It is.
But Thrift, what's great about basketball starting is high school football playoffs is starting to wrap up. And
Montgomery lays it in.
Oh, Montgomery, what a reverse.
Montgomery, his body type is just perfect for the next level. Be able to bounce off contact, blocked by Tolbert. Shot up, a block turns into a three-pointer for Columbus High. They just won't go away. Down by 14 now. 2-3 zone for Clemson. Montgomery's got it. Montgomery for 3. Montgomery is good.
He makes it look easy.
I don't like stealing from other sports, but you can basically call him a 5-tool player. He can play defense, offense, shoot from the 3. He can drive. He's got mid-range. He can pass. Elite defender. And again, he takes on next week Jacoby Hill.
Oh, I cannot wait.
The number one, if not number one, top 3 player in Alabama for Central. Carver taking on Central is going to be absolutely fantastic. Montgomery misses that one. Rebound, though. Good job laying it up and just cannot finish.
Yeah, but think about how great that Spencer team was with Tyson McDaniel, Tony Montgomery, Vashawn Moody, Gary Gaither, and Cochran.
And by the way, this Spencer team this year, they don't have a lot of their, like Gary Gaither. He's a elite, high-level shooter. These teams don't have their full complementary of skill set guys because a lot of them are playing football. But it's going to be a fun one. Cannot wait for next week, and we'll be having all coverage here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It'll be regular season number 2. Last week was more of an exhibition. So these next couple of weeks will be regular season, then we'll go into playoffs, and championship will be the 3rd week of October. So you're getting basketball right in football season. And we're doing it all right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
You know it.
Dre Rutan. 2-3 zone right now for Louisville. Marcus, pull up 3 is missed this time. Marcus gets the rebound. And he steps out of bounds, going to go back to, oh, nope. They're actually, yes, they are going to say it's out of bounds. And it's going to be Louisville's ball.
It's a quick possession, and Columbus lost it again, but they're going to call a foul.
Good behind the back move. Pull up is good for Daryl Jeter. Jeter knocks that down.
Sweet shot.
Marcus misses. Up ahead. He's gonna shoot a three. He's gonna miss. Put back is good. McKenzie just trying to find one to fall. Stolen right out of the air. It's Montgomery. He's got numbers. Montgomery!
Oh!
Getting everybody out of their
Oh,
seats.
he wanted that one. He so wanted that one.
Montgomery wanted to finish that one. That would have been a highlight reel.
Absolutely. That is trying to put on a show. That is wanting that so bad. But man, I know that that would have just made this place erupt as they haven't already. Like we mentioned, Columbus 13-13 last year on the doorstep of the playoffs. They did lose to Crisp County in the region tournament in overtime. And Carver, they were able to make the playoffs last year as number 4 seed. Sometimes it's about how you finish. That's why I love the fact that the region tournament gives everybody a chance. I mean, in the NCAA, sometimes you're in a conference where not every team gets a chance to play in the conference tournament. But in high school basketball, the region tournament gives everybody a chance. It's a nice basket by Champ Simpson.
Simpson, nice job finishing in his 24-point lead with 5 minutes remaining.
Oh, good defense by
Marcus.
Montgomery.
Miss. Champ.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a breakaway for Montgomery, and he it looked like he was getting ready to get wide open on that play. This is really a great opportunity for all these basketball players to showcase their skills and talents.
It's been a lot of fun today.
You know, it really has. And, you know, we're going to see majority of these players in a couple months playing for their respective schools. I cannot wait for high school basketball in the Tri-City area. We just got to keep this momentum up as far as doing a weekly show talking about high school basketball. And
Three-pointer on the way, no good. Kantz rebounds. Kantz lays it up and in.
That was a good fundamental play by Kantz, getting the second chance points, offensive rebound. And that defensive presence in the post, it's hard to drive the lanes when Kantz is in there in the paint. It's hard to get by him.
Pull up three, no good. Champ Simpson's got it. They're up by 22. Champ Simpson playing with it, has it stolen by Wooten. Wooten lays it up and in.
Wow. What a shot by
Wooten rips Champ Simpson clean and finishing. Drive by Wooten. Finishing the old-fashioned three-point play. Getting kind of chippy out there. I don't mind competitiveness. I like chippiness, Richard, but you know, it's a fall league. You don't want to do nothing silly to make sure no one gets hurt. Thomas.
What a pass. That pass by Tony Montgomery split two defenders.
Yes.
And it went right in the breadbasket.
That was going to be a tough layup, though, because Thomas had Wooten on his backside, and then Kantz was there trying to alter his shot, too.
Oh,
Wooten.
nice block.
Good block.
They're still playing hard with less than 2 minutes to go.
Pull up. No good. Ace Thomas falls on the ground, is fouled.
Oh, the hustle. Bodies hitting the floor.
And these two teams are going to play in the regular season, so they're going to have a little chippiness at the end of the year.
And they're region rivals
I
as
like
well.
competitors. I like people that go talk a little trash. It's okay to talk. Just don't let it get out of control.
Columbus swept the regular season series against Carver last year.
Wow.
You know, Carver is got something to prove. They know that they've penciled on their schedule when it does come out.
This is a different team.
When Columbus is going to be played.
Carver. Montgomery.
And, of course, Max Preps has an unofficial schedule.
Three-pointer, no good. Rebound, Thomas. Thomas gets fouled by Kuntz. No, they're going to call it traveling on Ace.
So, according to Max Preps, and this is not 100% accurate, Friday, January the 5th, Carver's hosting Columbus. And then they are at Columbus on January 26th on a Friday. So when that official schedule comes out, I know there's a lot of basketball games in the Tri-City area, and we can only do one, but that's just something to think about. Oh, nice steal by Montgomery. He can take it if he wants.
And misses the dunk. Thomas. They're still playing hard.
I think he wants to get out here with a dunk, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Tolbert tried to dunk on somebody's head. And this what call it off. Final score, 43-24. Carver with the win. Louisville. And we're going to see who the player of the game is. I'm hooked on. Leading scorer, as we're getting it from our statistician, is Tony Montgomery. So we'll have Tony Mont over here.
There he comes.
Tony Montgomery, he'll be our player of the game.
All right. I'm here with the player of the game for Louisville, also known as the Carver Tigers, Tony Montgomery, 17 points. You really put on a show. Look, I know there were several dunks that you really wanted,
yes,
but
sir.
you gave it all out on this court. What does it mean to you to come out and compete in this fall league with your Carver teammates, getting ready for this upcoming basketball season in a couple months?
It means everything. I come out here to get better. We come out here to get more chemistry. We're just trying to win. You know, we're trying to flip the whole school around. Our school not known for basketball, for real, it's known for football. I'm trying to make that a change. You know, that's it for real. I just want to win. I'm trying to get better. That's it.
Now, the Carver basketball team did win a state title in 2019. You won a state title with the Spencer Green Wave in 2022. How important is that experience playing in a championship and going to the Elite Eight last year, coming over to Carver this year?
It feels, when I won state, it felt like a dream. Like, I feel like I can do it again. You know, it's a dream that can come true again. You know, me playing after the game, it really felt like a dream, but I want to live up to it. And I'm trying to win again. I feel like I can do it. I got 2 more years. I'm just trying to win again. That's it.
Now, we heard that next week you're going to take on Central, and they have an incredible star player in Jacoby Hill. How big is that for you to go up against a player like Jacoby Hill next week?
a regular player to me. We're just trying to get better. You know, I'm gonna compete to the highest level I can. You know, we'll give people a show.
All right, you did get the win over your region opponent, Columbus. Columbus did win both games in the regular season last year. The Carver Tigers only won 6 games in the regular season, but they were able to make the playoffs, getting an upset in the region tournament. This is a young team, but you bring experience to this team. Well, what is the ceiling for the Carver Tigers? How far can they go for this upcoming season?
We don't have a ceiling. We go as far as God.
That's the question. That's the answer I like to hear. That you guys definitely no ceiling. I love it.
We don't have a ceiling. I come to be a leader. I'm trying to turn it around. I'm trying to win. That's it. We got a great coach. Just trying to win.
Absolutely. Good luck this upcoming season, and good luck in the rest of the way in this fall league. I'm really excited to see you next week as your team has taken on the team from Central, and good luck this season and their upcoming fall league as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
That's a great basketball player, my dude, Tony Montgomery. I love messing with him.
Absolutely.
Him, because he's a guy that's going to play at the next level. All right, Richard, if you don't mind, let's move this table back real quick, and me and the legend himself, Mr. Mike Jones, is going to wrap up our broadcast here. All right, what's up, everyone? Thrift Barringer. I look so short compared to the legend right here. It's none other than Mike Jones. Mike, I had you on Sports Vision show with me and DJ a while back. It's awesome to be able to interview you here. You were the key speaker for today. As a guy that played at Auburn, was a legend there, legend overseas, and now you're giving back to the community. You have your own company, CBHoops Incorporated. Talk about what it means to come back here in the community and come and talk to these young players about your life experiences and telling them what to do and what not to do.
Well, I mean, it means a lot to me because we have a lot of young talent here. And like the one we just saw, Montgomery, Jacoby here, I mean, a lot of these guys came through Sam Mitchell camp, my camp, Larry Florence camp.
Right.
And, you know, if I can give them just one little thing, you know, that they could take from the speech today or the little interview we had with Corey. I mean, I'm about the kids.
Right.
I mean, I was one of these guys.
Right.
And the main thing is a lot of people think from like, how can I make it from this area? I mean, I made it from here and we didn't have social media. And I was one of the top. So, I mean, if they can, like you say, from my good and bad experience, if they could take something out of it to help them, I mean, I love it.
I love it too, man. And I love that there was a lot of kids asking questions. That's, you know, it's
Very
hard
engaging.
picking from these kids. Sometimes they're very quiet. They don't care about learning from older people that are wiser than them. But now we'll talk about Hops Incorporated here in a minute. But I want to talk about you being a community coach over at Carver. What is it like being back in the coaching realm and being at the high school level again? You got a pretty talented team over with the Tigers.
Well, you know, it all goes to Coach Allen. You know, he grew up under me, same neighborhood, and just respect he had for me, he brought me with him to Spencer, and just so happened that didn't work out. He left and brought me back over to where I'm originally from, Winton, with Carver with him, man.
Right.
I would say like this year coming up, we got mostly freshmen, sophomore, 1 or 2 juniors, I think, but it's a pleasure to work with them. I mean, we got some talent. We got some talent.
Yeah, there is a lot of talent on that team. We just saw them play right here. All right,
That's not half of it.
Right, and then a lot of like I've talked about, a lot of these teams don't even have their full complementary of players because they're playing football right now.
That's right.
Let's talk about Hops Incorporated. What is your business? I see it all over the place. You and Coach Larry Florence, Coach Flo. I mean, y'all guys are legends. You do so much for the community. So what is Hops Incorporated for those out there who don't know?
Well, HOPS stand for helping other players succeed. That's what, you know, I started it.
But you're also nicknamed Hops, too, because of the way you used to play. So that
well, no. I didn't have that kind of. But I started it, you know, because I wanted to give back to the kids, man. You know, it's a lot of kids nowadays that rec centers are dead. All the rec league was full, YMCA, so now, like compared to 8 years ago, the boys club. I mean, so I just want to give back, you know, we was able to go and our kid could develop through the older guys that was there as mentors, you know, to them. We had these avenues, the rec league, every rec had a team, each age group. So Hops is just trying to give them, man, like the kids that want to get the training, and they may not be the best ones. I don't care. But if I can keep you off the streets and keep you, you know, in the gym, that's what Hops is about, you know, just giving you a chance.
Helping other players succeed.
Yeah.
Hops Incorporated. You can find Mike Jones on Facebook. If you want him, you want premier training from a guy that's made it to the highest level and learning the game the right way, Mike Jones is your guy. Mike, thank you so much for coming on. And is it awesome to see something like, come on. Yeah, I'm thinking about when I played. I graduated in 2011. I played at Glenwood, went on to play at West Georgia.
Okay.
I wish we had a fall league like this. We didn't have that when I was there. I don't know if you had it when you grew up, but it's awesome seeing Corey have this avenue for players to get off the streets, get in the gym if they're not playing football right now.
And the workshops that they come through. I mean, it's preparing them for more than just basketball. That's what, you know, people don't understand. I mean, like when you, like you say, you came up 2000, graduated in 11. We didn't even have an AAU program around here. So to see us have this every fall, and I wish more kids would get involved with it.
Me too. Thank you so much, Mike
Jones.
Jones.
Thank you, man, for having me again.
Yes, sir. You're awesome. Pleasure. And keep up with Mike Jones. Legendary Auburn player, played at Oak Hill Academy.
Central High School.
Central High School, too. Yeah, throw out Oak Hill. We rep for the Red Devils.
Oak Hill. That's right.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, that is Mike Jones. Thank you again, brother. All right, Richard, come on. Yes, sir. Let's end this broadcast here with saying thank you to Corey Black. Thank you to Brian Evans. We had an awesome time today. All 5 games were great. We're doing basketball in the middle of football season. This is what we do for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. This is not possible without Chris Gates. I'm going to say it again. This is not possible without Chris Gates. We would be just 2 hotheads blowing out air for the last 5 hours. We got all the scoreboards and everything, the way you could see the game. It takes it to that whole nother level. So I appreciate Chris Gates being here with us. Love that he's a part of our team. Richard, final thoughts on your first time doing this CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League.
It's been incredible, and I can't wait till next week. We've had a lot of great matchups of these high school basketball players that really put on a show for these fans.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and we'll be back next week. Like I said, Tony Montgomery, Jacoby Hill going at each other, Central and Carver. That's going to be one of the many great games next week. We got our schedule. We're going to be set for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We got the Glenwood Coaches Show tomorrow. We got the Georgia Alabama Sports Show on Tuesday. And then Thursday or Friday, we'll decide where we're going to be. We still got high school game day. We may only have 1 game this week. We haven't decided yet. We'll let you know with the schedule. But we got a ton of games we'll be doing for the next coming weeks. From Richard Holdridge, I'm Thrift Barringer saying thank you so much. And we're tuning out for the CBHoops Perfect Practice Fall League week number 2.